Excuse me, we should set up before.
You're live.
Oh, I'm live. Excuse me. We should set up before, but when we write the title down, we can't do it like this. So, you know? He's just little. It's impressive that I pressed play. It is. I made an epic video yesterday. There was an osprey. It was epic. It was epic. Actually, it probably sucked because I couldn't see the osprey, but guess what? After I had been babbling on for about 2 minutes and taking the best video I ever took in my whole life, Lily says, "You're not filming." Yes, I am. Well, no, you're not. The little red button is not activated, Mom. I was like, oh, shit balls.
And then she made another video when you can't even see the osprey.
And then I made another video and you can't even see the osprey. And I kept it for myself because, hey, nobody needs to know. But I just said it anyway. Because why hide it, right? Why hide your dipshit moves and the stuff that happens?
This is my 5th peach today.
They're so little. Remember the giant peaches we found last year? They were almost as big as my head.
Yeah.
I'm talking to
Okay,
myself.
Maybe my palm. Maybe my
Yeah,
hand.
it was like this big.
Yeah.
Giant peaches, like
Yeah.
this big. They were like a fishing story. Right? It started off this big, but then they got bigger.
Oh. So, one time.
Uh-oh, one
Once
time.
upon a time.
Oh, God.
I was at the beach.
Uh-oh. Was I there?
We were in the water. Yes, we were. Both of us.
Both of we.
Both of us.
Both of we, us.
And I was just swimming, you know, going
Keep on
underwater
swimming,
with
keep on
my
swimming.
goggles, and I see a fin. A fish was going.
It was a shark.
Okay, it was not a shark.
Shark.
It was like this,
Do, 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 do.
it was like this
Shark.
big.
Do, do,
And then I
do,
saw
do.
another one.
Shark.
Which was like
Do,
this
do, do,
big.
do, do. A big shark that big? How big?
Like this.
Whoa. That's big. You gonna get peach juice on me or something?
Sir, now that you say it.
No. That would actually probably be a good perfume.
It's sticky. Very.
Oh, I would be attractive to the bugs.
Yeah, that's not a good thing.
I don't like scents, so even essential
don't really
oils
smell
don't
like
always
anything.
work with me. So if I just rub myself with peaches, what would happen?
You'd be very sticky. All of your hair on your head would stick to your body.
Ooh, I hate that part.
I know. That's what
Ixnay
happens
on the peach rubbing. Life's the pits. She's at the Peach Pit. Sounds like a restaurant, the Peach Pit.
Peach pit. Peach pit.
Could be a food truck.
7. And this is the last peach.
Oh my gosh. What time is
I
it?
got my pizza and I got.
You didn't get them in Georgia. We got them at like Food Basics or something. I get my peaches at Food Basics.
Actually, you got them at Sobeys.
Sobeys, so bright. Know your worth. Oh man. I think
Here's
this
mine.
card is really important for today. For any day. I think
And I burped.
real life sounds. Get them here. Farting is next. You know it. What goes in? What? Oh, well, your farts will smell like peaches in the breeze.
Oh my god.
Peaches in the breeze. Fart smelling peaches. Justin Bieber could write a song about you eating peaches.
Doesn't a peach represent a butt? And I'm farting out peaches?
Peaches, actually, give me a second. I forget. There's a... Let's look at my glasses now.
No, they
If
represent.
I remember correctly, peaches represent longevity.
Not what I meant, but they look like a butt.
Yes, and they're used for weird things that people,
Yeah.
you know, talk about.
Yeah, we
but
don't
we're
want
not
to.
talking that way. Peach symbol ism. Ism is spelled with a Z, by the way. Isms. Actually, no, it's not. But yes, exactly. The peach is seen as the fruit of happiness, riches, honors, and longevity.
Oh, these were like $2, so they're not very rich.
I think they were $5.49.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
but still.
So I'm gonna read that again because I think that's important. The peach is seen as the.
You're 49.
I am 49. Who said 49?
They were $5.49. Remember? You said
Okay. The peach is seen as the fruit of happiness, riches, honors, and longevity.
that. You just stuck up your middle finger.
It's from the family of Rosea, and it's a genius prunus. It's a Pipersia. This is all the technical stuff. What do peaches symbolize? The peach is a member of the rose family, hey Lily Rose, and was first cultivated in China.
That's
and-
me.
You were cultivated in China too?
No.
Actually, you were cultivated right here.
What?
I am your cultivatorist.
Right here.
Oh, that's my boobs. I'm the cultivator of you. Okay, so let me read it properly. The peach is a member of the rose family and first cultivated in China. You were not made in China. You were made in Canada. And is revered as a symbol of longevity. Has special significance in Chinese culture. The peach tree is considered to be the tree of life. And peaches are a symbol of immortality and unity. Peach blossoms are carried by Chinese brides. Ooh, sweet. Happy wedding day. Me not knows that part. That's cool. Peach blossoms are carried by Chinese brides. I need to see a peach blossom. Not that I ever will be a Chinese bride, but if I ever do be a bride in my life, I will carry peach blossoms.
You've
I don't
already
know
been
where I
one.
would find peach blossoms.
You've already been a bride.
I know, but that's not anymore, so who knows, right? Who knows? Hi, okay, a little too much, Lily. Hey, Alex Fox. We saw you. Where did I see you? Where did I see you, Alex Fox? Oh my gosh. I jumped into a stream somewhere. I think it was Wick on Fire. Is that possible in the last 2 days? I jumped into a stream. I think it was Wick on Fire, and I saw you, and I was going to go, oh, hi, Alex. Oh, my God, Alex, how are you? And I just didn't feel like chatting in the moment. Yeah, that happens to me, too. So I was like, that's just rude to start a chat and then to just leave because I didn't even want to wait till you said hi back. So hi, thanks for being here today. 5 and 4, 5 and 4 is 9. Skunk Spirit, know your worth. I named the stream Shine On, I think. Shine on no matter what. And why? Because you are worthy, even if you're told you're not, and even if everything feels like it's against you. Guess what? It probably is. It probably is against you, but that doesn't matter. You're worthy anyway. Know your worth. I'm going to read it. If I can find the book. That was where I saw you, eh? Same LOL here. I was at the Wick on Fire in the beginning. Yeah, me too. And I love listening to him, and I usually chat a little. He doesn't really manifest a chat that we all sit there and laugh and giggle and talk together. We just basically listen usually. But it's rare that I go into a stream and don't say that I'm there. I actually feel guilty or bad, right? Because I've popped in, I've taken energy, but I didn't exchange it. But, okay, are you good?
Yeah, I ate it.
That's gross. But it's I had no energy. So I kind of said hi in my heart and exchanged a thank you for what I listened to. And I know that sounds weird, but I really am that person. I really do believe in the exchange of energy no matter what. No matter what. If I dip in to look at something, there's an exchange that needs to be done. Since sometimes I just can't fake it for the talking, so I do it internally, but anyways, I'm babbling. Could you move your foot so it's not pushing towards me? Oh, thank goodness. Good. Yes. Today the Mercury retrograde ends. Good. I don't have a nervous tick because of this retrograde. Not at all. And in 2 days is the full moon? Yeah. Whoa, eh? Time flies when you're here in this world. Hi, Skywatch. How are you? 12:01 Eastern Time. Good morning. You two are the best. Thank you for the laughs and sharing. Your beautiful soul. And I'm here for your videos with appreciation. Thank you. Thanks. It feels the same way about you. It's weird sometimes how it's like, how did I just find this person, right? Because it's just like, wow, the energy flow and what people share is like, how could I not have been here forever in a day? But, oh my gosh, we found each other now, right? Thank you. Skunk Spirit, know your worth. What do you value? What do you believe in? What is your best, most authentic self on display? Skunk Spirit comes as a reminder that you can be proud of who you are and what you have accomplished. Know your worth. This is important, especially right now. Not everyone will agree with you or even share your values, but you still have to walk with your head held high, knowing that when you express your integrity, others can feel your authenticity and will be inspired by it. Be who you are. You have much to be proud of, and Skunk Spirit wants you to be your best, true self. And that's where we're at the crux, the crescendo, the chaos of the collective energies. Knowing our worth and walking with our head held high and our integrity isn't going, it goes against the grain of some people right now. Right? And guess what? It's not strangers that actually judge our life and analyze it and think that we should do different things. It's our actual families and people in our lives, right? That's the hard bitch slap truth of disclosure, is that it's not external, it's not the queen, it's not the monarch, it's not Hollywood keeping us like looping in our lives. It's our own families and friends. So when we disentangle ourselves from certain people and certain things, it's sometimes really hard. It really is. Because when you stand in your own truth sometimes, guess what? You're standing alone. You're standing alone and looking at your own mom or your own dad or your own ex or your own whoever of your life, trying to justify why you live the way you do, because they don't just love you unconditionally and allow for you to live the way you want to live. And that's like mind-blowing, because the whole, we always think that it's so exterior of us, but it's so close to home. Who limits us, who wants us to act certain ways. Because really, if you get up one day and you want to act differently and you dress different, or you want to be called a different name, or all your interests are changed and you do everything different than everything you ever done, people who love you will be like so happy that you are motivated and you have things that are different, right? So I say this because there's so many right now going through stuff that's actually unspeakable in videos. And what does that mean? They are running timelines of things going on in people's lives where if you say something about your mom, she's so fucking mad that the backlash of what can happen is actually surreal right now. Surreal beyond words. Because again, those of us that talk openly on YouTube and those of us who are sharing our authentic self the most that we can, it's not strangers that are blocking us or tell us that we're not doing the best, right? It's the strangers coming into our life, becoming closer than family, that support us unconditionally. And the seeing of that and the tearing down of the veils of like, whoa man, I thought like, it was, yeah. It's hard. It really is. Skywatch, I was wondering the same. I'm glad we found us now. It's extremely important for us to know our worth. You are touching on exactly what I needed to hear right at this time. Sadly, it is family who judge. Yeah, sweetie. And it's so hardcore right now, because I'm sorry, the things that I'm seeing, the people that are telling me certain things that are happening in their reality, that is so surreal. It's not nothing is exterior. It is ex-husbands doing things, or family depriving other family members of love, sharing abundance, judging, and then sending other people to go and investigate their homes. I've just had a situation come into my life. I only spoke openly about it to one person, and there's already the, oh yes, this has happened to blah 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 on YouTube last week, where this situation is happening as well. So the thing about, like, if you're going to be bold and be authentic and be yourself, and then the community kind of vibration that people put out is, if you manifest your best self, things will be simpler and things will just flow. And that's not where we're at collectively right now. So what that means is, we're at the part where, if you're actually standing in your most highest integrity right now, you are probably so alone. You've never been so alone and unsupported in your life, ever. You never imagined you could be so not supported, and the stuff is all happening. There are people that I know who, like I said, as myself included, that it's just not even for the greater good of ourselves to say out loud what's happening to others, because the fear base of how intense the things that are coming into our timelines are so big that on a certain level, it's hard to even talk about, because it doesn't make any sense, right? How can someone who is of unconditional love and trying to bring, positive and pure things into the world, be feeling fear from being judged by the ones that are supposed to love them the most? Right? It's really, really, really past surreal right now. I was reading something from a quote somewhere. I forget. I don't have the exact, to shout it out, but someone actually wrote, it was in a comment. I forget whose video it was, but someone actually wrote, all our life they tell us not to talk to strangers. And then when the internet came in, they told us, don't talk to strangers on the internet. But if I didn't have the internet and the strangers who actually love me and support me from other countries and other places all over the world, I wouldn't be here right now. I would have given up. So the mirrored reflection of many people all over the world right now who are trying to stand in authenticity, be themselves, live their best life, but being told by the people around them that you're not doing the right thing. So we're trying to bring through a new world where we're going to break down the systems. The systems are all breaking down one way or the other. This is real. It's not just in our heads. It's all over the world. And those of us brave enough to speak up about the things that we are guided to from within are being bashed in ways that is so surreal. And I say it and I speak it out loud, because guess what? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and you don't know how strong you are until you have to be strong. So if that's what all this journey has been about, is just like, whoa, this is the ultimate of, being the master of your own self, and that, frequency doesn't lie. Somebody can't say, I love you, and then do or act or behave other ways. They either love you unconditionally, or it's like a fear-based program loop that they're going through. And, it's their reactions and our choices that make if there's going to be drama or not. So, when you're offered a drama llama plate, and then you hit the ball right, like home run of, you won't manifest the drama. That's what being strong is right now. It really is. Hey, Alex, how are you? Hey, beautiful people. Hi, Road Trip Eddie. Need you to like surround me and Lily Rose with the most protective, like fatherly, masculine friend energy that you can. We're going through things that is very I'm gonna use the word surreal again, and it's shocking to me the timelines that people are choosing right now, because when there's a choice of just being unconditional love, accepting and helping others, or being in judgment and making actions that are actually going to impede on other people's timelines. It's evening in Romania, 7:09. 7:09 Romanian time. It's 12:11 now. So yeah, I hope it does help anyone the way that I'm speaking to like just feel like the inner strength. The inner strength. Guess what? Guess what? Unfortunately, you know, all those cards that I read that backup is coming, you're you know, all this stuff. No, the cavalry doesn't come. Nobody actually comes to save you, and nobody's coming in. So you just do it, right? You just do it. Just do it, no matter what. 12/12 on the 22nd.
Doo doo.
Doo doo doo.
Cat butt.
I want to go see if it's a flatbed outside, Eddie. Give me a second. If it's a flatbed, that is such a sink.
What's
I
a
have to
flatbed?
just a trailer.
Oh, I think it's leaving. What is it?
It's just a big white unidentified, truck. And I say unidentified.
Transport?
Yeah. Well, not transport, but whatever, 12 wheels or something. And I say unidentified because it's the markings and the words on it that I like the best. Boom. A Mary motive. Mary, why you bugging? Right? Mary, why you bugging? I think this flows nice into everything I just said, because why? A Mary motive. Know your motives. Why do you do what you do? Why do you think what you think? Where are you judging what you're judging, and where you putting your energies, right? I know, Eddie, you didn't need the flatbed. I won, succeeded. Yeah, but I can't help it. It still reminds me of you. It's still a sync now. 20, 2-0, Mary motive. You're back home, safe, comfortable. Thanks, Eddie. I like reading that. I'm back home, safe, and comfortable. And that's what I would wish for everyone. Not everyone can actually say right now, are you somewhere safe and comfortable? Right? So make me really happy, Eddie. Thank you. A Mary motive. Knowing your own motives. Understanding what drives you to meet your goals. The momentum your attention creates. The wisdom behind your intentions. You've chosen a path. You set intentions and you've begun to move towards a goal. You feel compelled to keep going, but you know the why behind this drive. Do you truly want what you're pursuing? Or are you just chasing a destination with the anticipation of how it will make others feel about you? Because that's the thing. For myself and what I am doing in my life and my timeline, not one person who knows me in my reality supports anything that I believe in or that I do. I've had my YouTube channel for 2.5 years. I've been live on my channel for over a year and a half, and I fully shared my channel with my family over a year and a half ago. So it's possible for my family to fully support me, for you all to know who my family is, but they don't choose to be a part of my reality, right? And considering anybody in the whole wide world can just tune in to my live streams or my videos and say, hey, you look good today. Hey, I'm proud of you for this. Hey, this, hey, that. And none of my family has ever commented on anything I've ever done. Anything. And when I randomly send drawings just to make them happy, guess what? I don't even get a thank you. So I can send random drawings to people all over the world who are like, what the fuck? Why does, who sends a random drawing to a fucking movie star? Who sends a random drawing to a random person? But guess what? All those random people actually say nice things to me and are grateful for what I did, even if it came out of the blue. So we know when we're supported and we know when we're not, right? And being supported by people all over the world, thank you. Because I really wouldn't even be able to breathe without having some sort of unconditional love coming back to me. And I mean that. I really do. You know what I'm saying? You must choose to be in the flow of experience, relishing in the moments. Surrender your expectations to a higher power rather than being guided by your limited belief. And that's the thing. I live a surrender path of what is for my greater good and Lily Rose's. So from the outside looking in, it probably looks whatever. But the reality is that for the last 2 years, my most important mission is keeping our bodies safe. So on some level, everything that anybody judges that I lack of doing is because for 2 years, it's been survival mode of so many things. And that's the thing, is that within the 2 years, I've had experiences of things that I've lived that I don't even get respect enough to be allowed to say out loud, to have any empathy and compassion back, because everything that I've lived is like, no big deal. It ain't no big deal if you live in a house and the landlord wants to fucking touch you. It's not a big deal. Just state, just figure your shit out. Nothing's a big deal to anybody. Meanwhile, the things that we've gone through, when I say it just a little bit to someone who's actually listening, they're shocked I haven't given up, or they're shocked of a lot of stuff. The most important aspect to consider is where you place your focus, because that's where energy will flow. Yeah. Thanks, Eddie. You do look good today. Know our motives is an excellent one. Exactly. Yes. It's important. What's your ulterior motive for what you do when you do what you do? Right? Great day to be alive. We see who supports us. We know what unconditional is now, because we've had the ability to find it together. There are things in my life I never experienced until I chose to go on YouTube, and I exchanged an energy a certain way to receive an energy back that I had never had a certain way before. So thank you to those who are of that ilk for me and Lily Rose, because that's the thing that we need the most. Me not need anybody telling me what to do. Me need people who support what I do. Right? That's it. The support that I need and what we lack is so basic and so easy to give, and yet it's still withheld. You know, all we need is some love. All we need is some attention, some focused. If I'm speaking, you listen to what I'm saying, right? For myself, one of the most things that has shocked me in the last 2 years is being told I'm wise, or being listened to, and it's like, really? You listened to everything I said? You know, because in my natural world, I live with the reflection of people just rolling their eyes or turning away as I'm in the middle of speaking, because what I'm saying is just makes no sense to other people. So thank you to those that, you know, resonate with what I say, who I am. Not what you want me to be, but who I really am. I think back from my life and who I am and the unconditionalness of my love. It matters not to me what somebody chooses as a job. So even if I've protested or I've been, you know, I've believed that certain lands should not be raped and pillaged and there should not be mines on certain places, I know people who are like actually work in those places or have been, you know, a part of the exact places of land that I'm trying to protect. But I still love those people. They chose that job and that's their job. I've been a part of timelines where people speak to me about infidelity and, you know, all these types of things. I still love them and have them in my life. Me not do those things, me not believe in those things, but me not judging, me never judge. So it shocks me that me wanting to be just a mom, me, you know, doing what I do, bothers other people so much that, you know, that there's a ripple effect of negativity and just utter, like, ugh. Past words. Where's my glasses? Eddie! Yeah, Eddie says we know, we feel. You're all part of the same spider web, just different distances, but it still vibrates. Eddie, thank you for writing that. The day when you first went live, I was so happy yet scared for you, and you've come so far since day one. We all have. We grow. Yeah. And that's important because within my channel, what I've learned is that exactly the unconditionalness of somebody who just loves me and allows me to grow, right? Without impeding on that in any way. Eddie, I've had people like masculine and feminine that I've shoved my mama bear like raw right up their fucking ass because they wanted something of me that I couldn't give. And guess what? All of those interactions always have full circle to guess what? I stood in my integrity of saying like, no, I don't this, or I am not this, or I don't, all of that, but all of those interactions of me saying like, no, I don't consent to talking like this, acting like this, being like this for you. All of those interactions full circled into friendships. So me saying to somebody, okay, I'm of this, but I don't, how can I explain a certain thing? So because I live stream and I'm of all tribes, I can speak about anything, listen to anything, and manifest just to not have judgment of anything. But then when we get into a one-on-one conversation with somebody, I won't go into certain things because I'm not a part of those timelines or those vibrations. And every single person I've ever interacted with has always just accepted that me gonna walk my walk as they walk theirs. So I have friends across the world who act in ways that I would never act, who do things I would never do. But we love each other like bread and butter because they know I will always encourage them to be their best self. And they're not wanting me or telling me I have to be like them just because I love them. Like, the beauty of that is so amazing because that's not what we're gifted always in real life, right? If you don't act a certain way, if you don't answer somebody's text, Eddie, we talked about this before with your dad, your situation with your dad where he expected you to text, to check in at a certain timeline. And that, like you said, I'm a grown man. I don't even have reception all the time. I can't be akin to telling my dad where I am all the time. Like those kinds of things, like we're not here to report in to anyone unless we so choose to have an energy exchange with anybody. Shall not be infringed. Oh, Alex. I didn't fear for her for a minute. In the first video, I saw that Genevieve was stronger than me and braver. I don't believe I'm stronger than you, nor braver, Alex. I am just different in what I'm supposed to do. So the strength and bravery that I have to be bold, and that I don't care that I'm on a screen and being watched and that I'm just flow, is the opposite of you, who is the quieter person who elevates the people like me who have that boldness. So the strength and bravery of you, Alex, is that you integrate yourself with so many of us that have channels, because we're not stronger or braver because we do this part. We're just bold in the way that this is our part to play. But we would not be able to do it without the people who actually support us, right? So I think you're brave and strong to just support, like me and Mountain Rain and all the people that you do, because you make it that we want to be here and we feel protected when we're here because we have our people in place who just are happy that we're here. So it's never stronger or braver. Thank you both, Alex and Eddie, for always supporting me and Lily in ways that is beyond words. I remember when we moved here, Alex, and like you said, you emailed me and you said, I don't have money to help, but I like so much energy. And it's that energy that helped pull through, because the kindness of even caring is so much bigger than what we get in the reflection of our life, right? You know how strong and brave it is for you to actually watch my videos, Alex, from day one. You've seen them all. You've witnessed me for 2.5 years, Alex. My own family can't even look me in the eye if I cry and listen to a full conversation. I'll get hung up on and not spoken to for weeks or months because they can't handle to witness exactly what I want to say and love me anyways after I've said it. You, Alex, have gifted me with more respect and love and encouragement than I've known in so many parts of my life. To just watch the videos, the kind that I make, or Mountain Rain. When Mountain Rain decides that she's sharing a vid and she really lets it out, not everybody's brave enough, Alex, to watch that. There are people I've specifically told, you're gross. You will go and watch Judy's videos and you will encourage her when she sings and when she shows pretty things, but you won't show up and comment when she actually does a video that is like, boom, like this is the truth. This is where we're at. Listen, people. They won't witness that. It's strong and brave to witness other people, because that's where the collective must all step into being ready to listen and support or back away. Frequencies that aren't able to listen to each other and support each other must separate. Go find the people you want to listen to. Go find the people who make you happy. That's it. It's so simple. You don't like the way somebody's acting? You don't like the way somebody lives their life? Leave them alone. Go away. Go find somebody whose life you like the way they live, so that the people who want to live their life a different way can stop being judged and analyzed and like critiqued. That's it. That is it. It is that simple. That simple. Arian Rod, time, number 3, into the blue. Exactly, Eddie. That is so well said. Yes, we are all different, all unique, and we all have our individual place or places. So why not let people live and find their individual place and places, instead of keeping people in loops of, you were supposed to act this way and I'm gonna fucking bully you until you do. Right? Right? Like, literally, I know people who support homeless shelters and, will give money to charities, but they won't help their own family. How does that make any sense? You have an extra $1,000 that you're going to share with charity so it can be a write-off, but you could have given that to the fucking single mom that is your cousin. All those things. Collectively, nothing makes sense right now, and it's so chaotic that the simplest gestures of kindness, compassion, listening, asking, reaching out and asking someone else how they are doing, instead of wanting to call somebody to talk about your own self all the time. It's huge. Yeah, and that's the saddest part, Eddie, is that's where we're all at, is the shutout. Eddie says, same here with my dad, my distant family. Now, after 55 years of that, it is that I now just shut them out without guilt. After all, they taught me how to treat them back. It just took me years to treat them back the same way. And that's the thing, is that ultimately, the only thing that can happen, if you want somebody to act the way you want them to act and they're not gonna, the only thing that's gonna happen is being shut out of a reality. That's it. I wasn't afraid for Judy either. I guess you say I wasn't afraid for Judy either. She's braver and smarter than I am, but I know you guys think we're all so brave and strong, but it ain't funny. It ain't funny at all. And for how much we've shared, y'all would be puddles if it was the full truth of just, certain things. Right now, you have all the time in the world to reach your fullest potential of your intentions and desires. Arian Rod, the Celtic goddess of time, is your ally. She will ensure your timing is perfect. The hours will expand to gift you with the space you need to complete anything you started. Today, recognize that no matter what is in front of you, that was part of my title, no matter what. It's important. Time is your friend. Consider everything you intend and desire also has its own relationship to time and will come to you at the perfect form within the perfect form, in the perfect moment. Patience, dedication, quiet anticipation are delicate yet potent allies now. And Arian Rod is your champion for your perfect. Your timing is perfect. Yeah, it is the saddest part. I think the saddest part is it's like I said to Devin 2 days ago, I was like, I think it's even harder now because it's been a full circle of years of finding people with like minds. So we found each other now, right? We have found each other, people with like minds, but we're not in timelines to be together. So, and that being said, there's no reflections or mirrors of the same type of frequencies showing up in our life. So, the showing up in divine timing, okay, divine timing would be somebody showing up for me, for real, in my life. My fucking angel, it could be my sidekick and my best friend showing up in my life today. So that tomorrow, when I have to face something that is so fucking scary to me, I don't have to be alone to do it. Because that's all I know, is to be in situations that are so fucking surreal and scary to me, because we all have our different nightmares, that, I just got to do it all on my own. Like for other people, coming up on YouTube and streaming for hours, not checking their teeth and not caring about what they look like is their ultimate nightmare. They could never do this. Me, I can sit here and do it all day. Right? But my things that are my nightmares to other people, when I tell my things that are scary to me, to certain people, I get laughed at or eyes rolled at because that's just not scary enough for them. Right? So if you're telling a fucking privileged woman who's never known what it's like to fucking not go in her fridge and have food, and who has zero reflections of friends who are extreme fucking poverty, and you say a story of how it feels to live in this reality, you get looked at like, whatever. Because my worst stuff doesn't reflect their worst stuff, so it's like, that just can't, why would you be struggling? So the reflections of someone who understands and supports, that the divine timing would be like today. Like today. Today. I know the card says there's ample time, but for me, my timelines just got pulled and thrown into something that is either going to ripple effect for years for me and Lily Rose. Years we could be stuck in something. Or it'll just be done tomorrow. So please, anybody who really cares about me and Lily, send all the empowerment, all the angels that you can, for something to resolve fast. One time. Once. That I will have to fucking consent to something that is so fucking hard for me to consent to. Because I'm a target. A single mom with one kid with no fucking support. The thing that's happening to me could have never happened if I was supported. Never. Never. It's just not possible. You class. Hey, sweetie. Laura Pink Feather. Thank you. I screenshotted it. You're a 777 too? Wow, that's such a sync, sweetie. I'm January 7th, 72, so I'm a 7 just, and I said it a couple days ago, the 777 energy is so strong right now, Laura. That's so cool. You missed most of the messages so far, but girl, I feel your heart. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny because yesterday is the first day that I felt like completely safe, completely just empowered, completely just proud of myself. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Right? So what people are choosing as timelines right now, they could choose certain things, but they're not. And, forgive them because that's what people are choosing. Forgive, right? Forgive. Eddie, I would take that hug so bad. Thank you. Third eye energies opening to heart. Laura, I'm here in this timeline to enlighten to higher. Did you put a flamingo? Oh no, it's the light, the little candle. I thought it was the flamingo. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that a couple new people have come into my reality in the last couple days, let's just say. And it's in order to help me sustain that frequency of feeling safe, because I have exterior, energies and love pouring through. Oil anointing to heal. Thank you. You class. Wisdom from within. Inner truth. Aligning with divine intelligence. Trusting your own earned wisdom. I'm so fucking sick of people who say they love me in my life and don't let me fucking trust my own fucking self. Yeah. When you are distracted by all the noise and stimulation that are part of our lives now, it can be hard to trust that you have what it takes to make wise choices. And that's exactly, since March 22nd, that was the specific date when something happened to even pivot me into more distraction about the noise and stimulation, because I already was always battling a little bit. But that was the ultimate date when, the noise and stimulation became so real that focus of just feeling safe, my body feeling safe, is just not there right now. Not at all times. The appearance of U-Class Spirit is a sign that valuable insights can be found through tapping into your intuitive intelligence. When it comes to knowing the truth, there's no substitute for lived experience that has been recalled and examined. And that's the thing. I've had 3 children. My oldest son is 24. The whole time that my children were young, I was told things that, you're not doing this right. You're not doing this right. Guess what? My 2 children and my 2 stepchildren, they all grew up and are, they're beautiful human beings. And so it's like, how many more kids do I have to raise before I'm not judged for the one that I'm raising now? If everybody else turned out all right, man. This isn't my first puppet show. Me knows what I'm doing with Lily Rose. I said it from before she was even born. Nothing will be the same with her. So how it come back 10 years later, 10 years of judging and analyzing one child and 24 before. When is Mama Bear actually gonna prove that she's done good, right? Being told all the time, you're not good enough, you're not good enough, you're not doing enough, you're not doing enough. You know more than you think, so trust your inner wisdom, for it's guided by the conscious universe. Anyways. Oh my god, are you joking, Trace B? I just wiped my nose. Hang on. I'm gonna use Lily Rose's blanket. Don't tell her. Don't tell her. Hold on tight to wisdom as love, as one. Hold on tight to your dreams, ELO. That's one of my most go-to songs. Trace B. Hey, I'm listening, eating a Pop-Tart. Guess what? Guess what, Trace B? The sync of that is that someday I'm going to have a rooster and his name is Gordy Pop-Tart. I know. Did I already tell you that? That's why you're eating a Pop-Tart? Yeah, Gordy Pop-Tart. So Gordy is from Gord above, Gord down E. And then Pop-Tart comes from, I think it was Mount Angie, Witch Moon. She made a video once. There was Pop-Tarts involved. I think the rooster crowed and I said, whoa, I have another name for my rooster. What kind of Pop-Tart? Me not like that crap. To be honest, you know why I don't like it, Trace B? So this one time I ate Pop-Tarts. And I don't know, I guess I had the munchies or I was really hungry at the time. So I ate a lot. I ate a lot of Pop-Tarts. And then guess what? Me puked. Me puked, Trace B. And I know, you're going to say, oh, you must have been so young to just go through a box of Pop-Tarts and like puke. And it's like, no, I think I was in my 20s or 30s. I'm not sure. I made homemade Pop-Tarts before, though. Ooh, blueberry. Right on. Now your teeth be blue. Now you got boo teeth. Double blue to match your teeth. Or your tongue, right? Stick out your tongue and, like, look at yourself. Maybe your tongue's all blue. Laura says, now I know I have to load the next message. LOL, my kids. I was a crap mom. LOL, the worst ever. Never live it down. They'll realize someday I love them. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, eh? It's a little bit like yesterday and my Father's Day video. Guess what? We have to stop judging what people choose as a timeline. This includes our children and everywhere, everybody. So not everybody has a cookie cutter life where, you know, you had a kid and then you're going to have a relationship with them forever and a day. If you think about it, most people are actually trying to get away from their families all their fucking life. That's what the thing is. Somebody told me a couple months ago that I need help. And she said, well, you should consider going to therapy. And I said, if I went to therapy, the first thing they do is say, you know, after I talk for 25 minutes, is stay away from your fucking family. They suck you dry. They, you know, they are not good for you. That's the first thing that I would be told. You know, I do this every day to hold space for people and to witness things, so I clearly see it when I don't get it back for myself, right? Doesn't matter who it is, you know, you either are listening and having exchanges or there's blockages because we're not at the same frequency. Jupiter King planet, Pisces. Oh wow, the roosters crow at divine timing. Yeah, rooster's my thing. Helicopter too. Helicopter too. Blueberries is vitamin B for the blues. It is. Alex says it's the easy way to just criticize others and tell them what they're doing and how they're doing it. And that's the thing, though, is I know for myself that, you know, I've been told that I don't always participate in my family, that there are timelines where I just stay away. And it's like, guess what? I do. Why? Because I don't go to see people if they're talking about themselves, about each other, or about other things, or doing things that is not protecting Lily Rose's, like, right? So we know what feels good. It doesn't feel good. So we don't go. Yeah, Road Trip says agreed. Most people I know, they're just trying to escape their family's death grip hold on them. And I don't see that as love. Exactly. Love allows and love encourages and love, like, it's not possible. Love doesn't have a gauge of, why and when and all of that. Like, anyways, Laura says, remember Peter, the dude that didn't want to admit that he knew Jesus, but then he realized he was chosen to overcome, as we all are, especially born into narky families. Yeah. Yeah, empathetic for them, but gotta keep the boundaries. Yeah. That's the thing, is that lineage of, like, the narcissism, the expectations of anybody. It can't continue. It can't sustain itself. So everybody, has their different things, their different ripple effects of timelines that they're rewriting. And every choice, ripple effects for all. So, it's in my room, kind of almost in the closet, but not really. So, yes, Alex, love is unconditional. Unconditional. So, it means that there's no condition. And that's the thing, is the ripple effect of those of us who won't allow ourselves to be in timelines anymore, if it's not unconditional, is really coming to a head, right? Same, Eddie. I try to live my life without expectation. That way there's little chance for any letdowns ever. And because when we live with no expectations, everything's a miracle. Everything's like, whoa, right? So I don't live with expectations of certain things, and I'm just in awe and just in just bliss when I receive that unconditionalness. And I'm like, my whole body, that's the thing, is that with the DNA upgrades, with all the energies coming through, especially those of us who've been walking a certain path for a certain amount of time, our bodies can't sustain to be in any frequency that is not at equal or greater. So it makes people physically sick now to go to somebody's house and have supper if they just can't do it anymore, if the things that are being said at supper time hurt and it can't be bypassed. You can't go to somebody's house and tell 3 people how to speak, but you can stay away from that house to not make your body sick. Right? Especially those people of us that are, more delicate to certain foods. We don't even eat certain things anymore, or we only eat them if our body wants them. If you go to somebody, to be with other people, and nobody's going to take into consideration what your body needs. Why would you bring a bunch of groceries to go live at somebody else's house for a couple days to spend time with them if your body's in pain and you're sitting there and your eyes are like in shock of everything that's being said because nothing is real anywhere. The functionalness of what everybody wants to live is the most beautiful part of what we are allowed as free will. So it don't matter to me what people do and say anywhere, all over the world. Live your life. Live it. And if I'm meant to be in the timelines and the frequency of it, I'm there. I'll be there. It will happen. But if not, then our bodies can't even sustain to be in a conversation on the phone, listening to things that are not authentic and of the purest truth. So guess what? It doesn't matter if somebody's judging you, thinking you're all this. You know who makes you feel good and who doesn't. You know. You can't pretend, you can't fake it, you can't even chameleon anymore, because we're here to break all those scripts and just live how we're meant to live, no matter what. Again, it's not the system, it's the people around us keeping us down. And I say keeping us down. That's not the right thing to say, but that's not the right thing to say. That are making it that when we know what our timelines are, that there's so much resistance instead of allowing us to step into it. Does that make sense more? Only the unexpected happens at a timely fashion. Yeah. Gab. See John 22 and 333 for the key. Thank you, Laura. Love y'all. Gotta go. Okay. Thank you. Hi, Anita. Cleansing and enlightening. Trace B. Baby girl, I love you. Trace B says, let's plan our meals for when I come. Oh, yeah. Oh, sweetie. Oh, man, I don't care what you want to eat. I'll make you anything. I will stuff you with, like, Pop-Tarts and fucking peaches. I mean, I don't care. Let's plan our meals for when I come. Bring Sonic burgers. I'll meet you at the border so that they stay warm. I'll meet you at the border so the burgers are kind of warm. Just sit on them to keep them warm. Get Sonic burgers and then sit on them in the driver's seat. Road Trip Eddie, I love you. Thank you for writing it out. Gee, you just described every one of the few times I did have time with my family in the past. Yeah. I'm 49 years old, and there are people who've never even seen me speak a certain way or seen me sit, just fully sitting with my body a certain way for hours at a time because I have to be in a ball in order to be in certain energies. It's the way that my body needs to be in order to protect. I don't know if you guys have ever watched or seen anything of like Keanu Reeves when he's doing things exterior of his movies. You'll find that he's often like this or often like this when he listens to people. And this is just something that's come up, and like I've seen like the reflection of who he is in his movies, but when he talks and when he's in other settings, there's always a part of him that, there's always something usually. And then that's the thing is you'll see him having an open conversation where his whole chest is out, and he's just talking. And that's a high sign when we've been with family all our life, in how your body can be. And people have seen you your whole life since you were a child and think that this is how you sit, how you stand, how you act, but you never actually have that stance unless you're in protective mode somewhere else. And that's really like, that's intense to, think about, that if you're born into a family and how your body is with them, but when you realize that your body doesn't do that anywhere else. Or it will if it's cold, or, you still get cozy sometimes in different ways, but there is nowhere else in your whole reality that you actually have a certain position or certain feelings, right, that come up. It's big. It's big, guys. You too? Love you, Anita. Yeah. Boom, sync. Anita says Keanu Reeves. We were just talking about him last night. Yeah. Yeah. Could you turn it down a bit so I don't get screened for your songs, honey? Yeah. Thanks, baby girl. Sorry. Just a little bit. Background is allowed, I guess. Like, it's not for, but I hear it so much that, yeah. Listen is my word. Our ancestors are speaking, and one of the things for myself is like, I have the cooing of my grandparents who are like telling me exactly like the things that were not healed in my family lineage, right? So the whisper of my grandmothers and my grandfathers telling me exactly what everybody else has not done the inner work for. Because if you've done the inner work, you're not poking into other people's timelines with certain things. It's different. It really is. Grandmother Earth. My pop came in at my last healing session. Wow, it touched my heart. Oh, that's beautiful, Anita. Yeah, thanks for writing that. I don't believe, Eddie, that the solution or that new world ways is going to be just, avoiding family or just not being with family. I think that, I have the 144 belief that everyone has the power to heal and to be happy and to have unconditional love for themselves. Because if you love yourself unconditionally, you can't hurt another. I was told I hurt somebody a month and a half ago by speaking my truth. But I said, my intent is not to hurt you. My intent is to tell you how I feel. So if this hurts you, how I feel, you are the one that needs to question how you treat me and react to me for me to feel this way and tell you openly. Because you can't just reject, you are trying to hurt me, when no. Someone who's trying to hurt someone just says things, can't back them up, accuses, judges, blames, and then there's, that. If I just saying exactly how I feel about someone to their face openly, but then my truth gets rejected because it's not about hurting anybody, it's about how you make me feel. But if it hurts you, you're the one that needs to question yourself, because if you know what I mean? I love myself. I'm not here to hurt anyone. But if it hurts somebody when I say how it feels to have them in my life or not have them, or whoever, whatever the situation, that, I can say, like, I could go individually with everybody who shows up on screen, how you make me feel, like right now. And is that going to hurt you? Or is that going to make you feel great about yourself? Because depending on who you are, I can look you in the eye and tell you exactly how you make me feel. But if that, you know? So does that make sense, right? So one of the things that's happening now is that when people speak their true emotions, they're told that they're acting certain ways, or they're too emotional, or they're this, or they're this, and it's like, but you don't get to decide. This is who I am. This is what I feel. And if you can't accept or know or exchange anything, there's no timeline. There's no timeline. It doesn't exist anymore. There's nothing to hang on to if you can't communicate with somebody. The shivers and the giggles lead the way. So if the people in our life don't make me giggle and make me shiver, make me happy, or make me feel safe, safe is priority number one, then they're not a part of my reality for real. Right? That's it. Grandmother Earth. Stop and make measure of your life. Assess who you are and where you are. Get grounded. Make plans for the future, but don't act on those plans until you are ready and feel secure in stepping forward. There's a profound source of strength and power within you, and it's expanding now. Put your roots down. This is a time of preparation and going deeper. I gotta take a breath. Change the energy.
Okay, do you want to see the final project?
Product, yeah.
To-do.
Nice. Show it.
So, I painted a few days ago, and I never actually took it off my desk. So, 3, 2, 1. To-do. It's one of those tape things. I forgot to do this part, and then it's already done, so. Yeah. Going to organize my desk for the 5th time this year. Okay, maybe this month. Maybe this week.
Oh, little ones, we're going to go outside. I'm going to do 2 trips, though. Oh, shit. I forgot to wipe the table. It rained. I'm bringing the stream outside, so if you want to turn your music up, go ahead, baby girl.
I'm watching a video now, so.
I'm just saying. Okay, if we face plant with all this equipment, I don't know. I should probably not have a cigarette in my hand at the same time, but going on a trip. I think I pressed on something. Actually, I know I did. Hang on. Whee! Okay. Okay. Oh my gosh. Give me a second. There. I'm just gonna go get one more sweater though, because it's cheap for me. Did I at least leave you with a view? Oh, I forgot the. Oh, there it is. So there. Okay, Al, thank you. I've never had the budget to just allow myself to treat myself to one. Hey, Genevieve, please email me your home address so I can send you a Milky Way Soul Tribe card deck. Me will. Oh, Anita, the deck is so amazing. There's 2 of the cards on my my Instagram, my card and Brian's card. Otherwise, if I didn't, I think mine is there. Otherwise, I'll send it to you. And I saw your comment, Anita, of my drawing that you liked, that you wanted to color. I just haven't found it yet. Because the way that I do stuff, I just kind of grab book and then I start, so I'm not sure which of the 3 books. But I'll get it to you soon. Thank you, Al. I put on my Cali shirt to keep warm. Where are you today? Yeah, I'm keeping the sky view up a little bit, eh? She did beautifully, Anita. Yeah. And that's the thing. Tomorrow at 10:30, somebody's coming to analyze her, Anita. We stayed out of the system so that she wouldn't have that type of lifestyle. And tomorrow at 10:30, somebody's coming to her house to make sure that she's safe and, you know, cared for properly and such things. So keep us in your prayers. I want to manifest a timeline with 1 visit and then case closed. And I would really like an apology as well for being put into a situation for 48 hours. I think that's going to be well enough for me and Lily Rose to have to go through. And I want the situation to be resolved before it even began. Right?
Looky what I found.
Where was it, girl?
It was literally in between. It was literally behind where all my stats book and notebooks are. I would have never found that.
No, you do when you move everything, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. If I didn't do that, then I would have.
Anita says, oh really, she will be fine. You look after her so well. And I do. And here's where the impasse is. I homeschool Lily Rose. In Ontario, specifically, the homeschooling laws are that we do not need to be curriculum based, and it is completely allowed to be an unschooling, free-range parent, but, there's been a complaint, therefore, the system is going to come check certain things. So, for me, it's easier to consent very fast than to put any barriers. But like I said, we spoke for over a half an hour of the fact that we are not curriculum based, and we will not change that, even if she comes into our home and wants to structure us. So if she's coming in from a perspective that she's going to analyze if we're curriculum based, we're not. I've already told her. And we are unschoolers, which means that there is zero anything of the system that we abide to or that we follow or that we must do, ever. And Ontario grants us this right. So really, if I had somebody as a lawyer, I could just call him and say, like, listen, you call Children's Aid and you tell them today that it's not legal for them to even come into my house and analyze if we're curriculum based, because we're not. But so yeah, we're gonna be, you know, like the lady said, I have no judgment. I said, but you do, because you're choosing to take this on as a case instead of saying it's just malicious and judgment because we don't live the same way as other people. Right? So we've been thrown into a special timeline that, with the power of all of me, I want it to full circle very fast. I have something in my eye, by the way. I'm not sure what it is. I just want it to full circle fast. I already know we don't do everything the way that everybody else does. You know, we know that. We're doing that on purpose. Oh my God, it hurts. It really hurts, guys. Somebody blow in my eye. Blow in my eye. Hang on, I'll blow in my own eye. It doesn't work very good. Anita, your son doesn't follow curriculum either? Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, is we have the free will choice to do that. So being told that I need to see your daughter to make sure she's safe, like I said, come now. I said, come now. Oh no, I'm busy today. I said, I'd rather you come now. Just come right now. But I'm busy today. But I said, I'd rather you just walk into my house right now with me not being able to, like, clean up anything. Like, that's how fast I consent, but I have to wait till tomorrow, as does Lily, knowing that somebody's just going to come and interview her. Right? It's intimidating, yes. And although the kindness, you know, and all of that, the system is the system, and how things are structured and what people want, like I said, I already know that I'm protected, but there's nobody to protect me. So what does that mean? It doesn't matter what the laws are. If she wants to say, like, I don't like the way blah blah blah, then whatever. And this is all like, is this because that's gonna, like, I've been asking the universe, what's my role? What's my role? Is it because I'm gonna have to have a big mouth now and expose things and, you know, stand up for myself publicly, differently, or, you know, bring on, like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, to me, this is already over before it's even started. Yes, Rod, I know. I'm very well aware I have the free will to say no, but saying no only lights up more red flags for other people, right? So why say no if that's what's going to put me into more of a situation? At this point, my saying yes is what's going to get the thing closed right away, because if I have done everything I'm asked to do within 48 hours, and if it can't get closed, and I'm hoping, like I said, I'm hoping for an apology as well. We didn't need this in our timelines. And if it doesn't, then it's me that just, I already know I'm allowed to do this. That's why I live in this province, to make sure that I'm not living in a province where they say you have to do it this way. I didn't move to a different province to live illegally. I live in a province that says I am allowed to unschool my daughter all her life if I want to, and if she so chooses. So she's not being held against her will and told, like every year, I ask her, do you think this is the year you should go to school? Do you think you want to go to your school? Do you think you want to go to school? And she has said no. So she knows what school is. She has reflections of friends in school all her life. Most of them are really not happy there. And the thing that they are happy about is recess and seeing other kids. So, you know, she knows what she's not missing of being told what to do. Imagine a child that's been for 9 years never told, like when she's allowed to go to the bathroom. If she has to pee, she just goes to pee. For 9 years of her life. And that's the way she's always gonna grow up, you know? Because who she is will choose everything in accordance to what she wants. So if she gets a job later, she wants to become somebody who gets told what to do, that's gonna be her choice. But she wasn't born in a home of being told when to eat, how to eat, all of that, right? So. Yeah, Rod, just remember your home is private property. Yep, that's really beautiful to say. And guess what? I've been questing for Tribe to not be a single mom alone with my daughter for years. For years. Okay? So there's safety in numbers. This could not happen if I was in a normal situation with friends and family who gave a shit. Because it's friends or family who actually called for this situation to happen to us. So, you know, if there was any structure of any unconditional love and support in our life, we wouldn't be a target for this. Exactly, Anita. My son just can't do school. He just doesn't feel comfortable. And I have been through this so many times, G. Yeah, exactly. I know a child who, you know, they get investigated because he skips so much school. And then, you know, like they realized he has to skip school when he can't go. So after many, you know, investigations and people like thinking that it's a bad home situation, it's like, it's not the, you know, because some children don't want to be in school because the blah, 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 and they're not safe at home, so they don't go to school. And this is not the situation. This is the situation like your son, where a child is so panicked, can't get on the bus to go to school. And so a mother keeps the child at home. And then, you know, the subsequent backlash and judgment. But I've said this to everyone in my life, and this is something that gets ignored because children are told, children must do what adults say. So everyone I've ever known, I've said to them, ask the children in your life, whether they're yours or your cousins or your aunts, whoever's children, are you happy in school? Just point blank. And if you can get, you know, a certain amount of kids that say, yeah, I love going to school, then okay, let me know. Because I've never met any child who speaks to me and who says that Lily Rose isn't the most luckiest girl they know. The only thing that children say to me or Lily about, oh, you know, like the friends of school is what they would miss. But the friends of school has been taken away from all the children everywhere for over a year now. So for over a year now, we're in the midst of breaking down the school system because our children are not happy there. And especially now, and that's what I told the lady. I said, you know, at this point, so many people are homeschooling that the fact that you're telling me that you're coming to see me because my child's not in school doesn't even make any sense that you would do this year, because this is the year where so many children have stayed home. And so many children stayed home and thrived that many families have changed their whole lives and are not sending their kids back to school. Yeah, I know. It's not about the home. And your son doesn't like to sit in a classroom. He used to have panic attacks about going. Exactly. And me was like your son when I was young, except I wasn't allowed to have a panic attack. And I wasn't allowed to say how it felt. I just had to shut up and do it. Right? I just had to shut up and do it. Like we all did. It didn't matter if we said we weren't happy at school. It didn't matter if we said I never was bullied. I was more bullied by the teachers. So I never had children bullying me, but I had teachers telling me all my life that I was belligerent, that I was this, that I was that I was stupid because I wasn't good at math, that I was, all of these things. I've been bullied by adults since I was in grade 1. You know what I mean? So, yeah, Eddie, friends pretending to play the role that they think they care. Exactly. If somebody cares about you, they will be in your life. Somebody that sees you once a year, twice a year, 3 times a month, and tells you that they care, but they're not there, they don't care. If you care, you are there. How do I know that? Because I care about what I do on YouTube, so it doesn't matter if it hurts me sometimes to do it, if it sometimes feels like I don't want to. I care about what I do. So I'm dedicated to showing up for the last 2.5 years in order for us all to find each other. And especially for the last 1.5 years, instead of making random videos where people can't exchange an energy straight away with me and other people, I've focused on being dedicated to showing up live where anything can come out for hours and hours and hours and hours at a time, because I care that others are alone in the world and have nobody to talk to. So I open up a round table as often as my energy can, so that we can be together and find each other and be able to just support each other near or far. Yeah, Anita, he was bullied bad in school the first year. And exactly, the teachers wouldn't help. Yeah. Exactly, the teachers wouldn't help. That's the thing, is don't matter what you tell. I'm 49 years old, and in the last 1.5 months, I've told stuff out loud, and guess what? People don't care. Nobody cares. And I say nobody cares. I'm just speaking generally to the specific people that I needed for them to care, but they don't. So, okay. Anita, my ex-best friend called child welfare on me. I'm not her friend anymore. Exactly. So if you care, you would be in the timelines of a child and a mother, right? So if you had a best friend who thought you weren't doing good enough, then she would have showed up to take care of your kid. Here, Anita, you're having a rough time, you're not doing good, I'm gonna take care of the kid for a few hours, go take a break. Or here, Anita, I think you might be having trouble taking care of your kid, so I'm gonna help you. Do you want me to make supper? Do you want me to help you clean the house? Do you want me to be, what do you want me to do so that you feel good, so you can be the best mom ever? Right? That's what a best friend does. Best friend doesn't sit there and call you and tell you you need help and then send somebody else to fucking help you because you don't want to hang out with them. Right, Anita? Best friends support. Family unconditionally supports. Who cares if Lily Rose is not in school? Other people are not participating in her life, so she doesn't understand the consistency of family. So wonderful. Somebody brought her camping once, 3 years ago. Guess what? My 2 other kids have memories of going camping all their childhood. Lily has 1 memory. You know? My children, after they were 6, 7, 8 years old, they're now 24 and 20. After they were 6, 7, 8 years old, they grabbed the phone and whoever they wanted to hang out with in my family, they just all planned it themselves on a certain level. Lily Rose has access to her device at all times. Nobody's texting her anything to say, like, how you doing? Jansu sent us treat in the mail. And that makes us feel like fairies, like goddesses, fairies. So, if a beautiful used to be stranger in another country can send my child gifts, and I say Jansu, others as well have sent me and Lily Rose gifts just for no reason, because they love us and want us to be just surprised and in awe and wonder of being treated, right? Consistency. If you care, you're there. And that's maybe what's insulting to certain families. I don't care. I'm not there. I don't want to live certain things. I don't want to be in the presence of drinking on a certain level. I don't want to be in the presence of that. I don't want the ripple effect of Lily Rose and being told certain things that somebody can't even remember the next day for years and years at a time. I've already lived it for 49 years. My other children have lived it. When they open their eyes and when they know exactly all that's their thing, not mine, but it's the truth. Yeah. That's her and your business, exactly. Thank you, Eddie. I was a teacher's kid and bullied within the same school, and yeah, teachers don't help. No. And I'm not saying that in a bad way or judgmental way. There are teachers who do, but we're going to talk in a general way of no. Teacher. Really? Let's just see. If it just spits. If it just spits, it doesn't matter. And that's one of the most prevalent situations that children in the school system will tell me, is that my own parents and the teachers don't listen to me. So some children are so bullied right now, and like maybe not today, but so bullied that they're 7 to 12 years old and already have no faith in family and friends, because if they did tell, and it doesn't help. So that's the most scariest thing. No matter what age we are, we're honest, we tell, but we don't get help after. Lightly spitting. Back inside. That was nice while it lasted, though. Like, we can only speak from the experiences that we've lived and what we see and what we hear as reflections. So that's the stuff, right? Like I said to someone this morning, I had to get it out, so I kind of let a little bit of a ramble out. But why was I guided to live this way? Ingrained inside of me since before Lily was born, guided to live a certain way. And that being said, like, I'm not living exactly what I want to live, so there is a lack of certain things in our life right now that's really big. Really big. But I can't manifest what's not, available to manifest. And my father, the teacher, was very much not only liked, but loved within the community and the school. So we were always stopped, even outside of town, from people that just had to say hi, says Eddie. Yeah. That's It's hard sometimes when the people in our life are loved so much, and then it's like, but that's not how it is at home, right? And I'm not saying that was your situation, Eddie, but especially fully functioning alcoholics and such type of people, they are so loved in so many ways, but it's like, that's not how it is at home. That's not how it is at home. And that's the typical like narcissistic type of thing, family structure, where you have this image of people and they're so like just prevalent everywhere. They have their nose in stuff everywhere, so everybody knows them. And then how they raise their own children, and what, you know, what the wounding is and imprinting is not the reflection of what everybody else saw. You know, so me is that I live a different life where I'm not openly everywhere in different ways in the community and doing a bunch of stuff, but I'm fully engaged in my reality. It's only my reality that counts, and that is not enough for other people, right? What else is up today, guys? Eddie says, nope, you're exactly correct. No alcohol of my two parents, but they never hugged. I never saw them hug or kiss or be romantic or emotional with each other, ever. Very cold. It's amazing I ever learned to love, really. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for sharing that, Eddie. Yeah. You're the crows. Yeah. And that's where we're at. We're collectively rewriting scripts in order to manifest a new world. So, for myself, one of the judgments that comes into my life, guys, is the fact that I don't put myself out there and that I'm not, in relationships. So, I've been told that I'm hiding from the world because I'm not choosing to go on Tinder and find somebody, because it would be so easy for me to find somebody on Tinder. There's people in North Bay everywhere that play guitar and want to, sit by the fire. And it's like, whoa, you would prefer me to go on like a social media thing that's known for hooking up in order to try and find something sustained, instead of just being proud of me that I'm a celibate, independent woman who won't put herself into timelines for no reason. I would get more respect if I actually dated and had stories because I was trying something, even if it embedded me into things later that nobody would actually help me with, right? So, like, how does that even make sense? I don't even know. I'm pretty freaking proud of myself that I've been alone for like a solid amount of years, like so alone that I have no idea how to kiss or be romantic again. I'm going to have to relearn that from scratch because I'm not body based. I'm not addicted to like what people think or being lonely. So, none of the things that other people think is important or the way that other people should act is how I am. Because apparently me being like a mother that actually doesn't go out, I don't party, I don't get Lily Rose taken care of by strangers, makes me a bad mom. I would be a better mom if I threw her in the system and I started going on Tinder. Because at least I would be living the way everybody else does. Like, fuck me. Sideways. How the fuck does that make sense? He's not hiding for the last years of people. Nobody has come into my timeline that deserves to spend time with Lily Rose and I. Because that's my first criteria. If anybody even piques my interest, would this man be able to be with my 9-year-old daughter alone for 5 minutes if I went to the bathroom and exchange energy? And if my 20-year-old daughter came up in her bikini top, would they be able to just look her in the eye and have a normal conversation? Because there's 3 to get by. So it's not just about finding somebody who respects me. It's about finding somebody who can respect a 9-year-old and a 20-year-old who's like shaped better, like, whoa, that, guess what? Her own grandmother can't even look at her fucking boobs and not be shocked. So, can you picture me going on Tinder, finding some little fucker who likes to play guitar and want to be by the fire, and then me actually trust him to come here, and then, like, he's checking out my daughter? Like, whoa. That I don't even get that, I'm really proud of you that you've worked on yourself so much, because when you do find somebody, like, it's not going to just blow to shits and bits, right? Know thyself, and to thine own self be true. Oh, Willow, I love you. Are you okay? I wish I stayed alone. This is painful. Oh, baby girl. Reach out to me on Instagram. We can figure something out, honey, even if I just support you in the background. Thanks for writing it, because, yeah, I know why I'm staying alone. Exactly. To not have to struggle to be getting out of another timeline the way that it took me like a year and a half to leave a home that I had built with someone. He didn't want me to leave, and I couldn't go as fast as I wanted. Not at all. It wasn't pretty. Anita, me too. LOL. Been alone for a long time now. Exactly. And that being alone, like, I've talked about it. Yesterday, I even talked about it. How, it's not about being, like, I've offered my best friendship to masculine and feminine in real life for years. For years. Me not hiding, and me not smiling at people and not trying. I will hand my phone number out in a heartbeat to a man who says, yeah, I'll just hang out with you and not expect you to cuddle me at the end. But that never happens. Right? So me trying to manifest a best friend exactly like in high school, where you meet somebody, you start talking, it's really cool, and you're not going to do anything more. But this isn't a society anymore where people want that. I've been looked at straight in the eye and said, what do you mean you won't date me? But you'll hang out? Yeah, I don't want to go on a date because I don't want you to think that at the end you have to do anything, or you're going to wonder if you're going to kiss me, because I'm telling you, I would hang out and you're definitely not going to kiss me at the end of the night. And 3 times after we go, I don't know, play ball or go for a kayak and have a fire, that after 3 accumulated times, you're not going to, get brownie points because something, made me click. We still won't cuddle. And I get looked at and like, how can you know that? Well, I already know I don't want you, but I already know that we get along and I could be your friend. This is how I speak to people. Yeah, it's kind of shocking. But that's the thing. How dare you say you want to date me, but you don't want to just hang out? Because believe me, after a couple months of just hanging out, or a couple days, or maybe even 2 hours, my whole self would be like, whoa, I actually got the chance to get to know somebody before they want to stick their fucking tongue in my mouth and own me forever because we did one little saliva exchange. Right? Like, that's how honest I am and how truthful. Me knows me can make male friends. Me has done it online for years. So when Eddie said earlier, if I were there, I would hug you. Yeah, Eddie, not only if you were here, you would hug me, but I would be in a fucking ball on your fucking lap, just like fucking Mika. And she'd be looking on going like, there's no room. And I'd be like, no, Mika, there's no fucking room. Mama Bear needs all the fucking like energy now. In a fucking ball. Because I trust you, Eddie. 2 years solid of talking to me randomly, being in my live stream, being in my comments, sending me emails, talking to me, respecting me. Yeah, I would trust you in a heartbeat to throw myself into your arms and hug you. You know what I mean? But why? Because somebody thinks I look a certain way and would want something from me, would I even consider anything else until I've actually had that security feeling? Why? Because other people like choose that? Me not choose that. Makes no sense to me. Once you learn what your energy is, just don't fucking give it away for no reason. He's not lonely. He's alone. You're not lonely. Road trip, hon, you gotta walk away from that negativity. You know you do. It's your life and you'll do as you want, just like the song. No one is accountable for what you do. You're not accountable for anybody else. Yeah. I think in a way that the full circle of the last 2 months especially of really like, wow, is it that thing, it's that thing of the utter realization that I've always tried to stay close. And even when I left in 2019, I came back to be close. And now it'll be like off to the Yukon type of thing. You want food? Mm-hmm. Come on. Come on. Why don't you, if you don't mind, make yourself a Caesar salad? Sure. Yeah. Is there salad
Yeah,
left?
there's left.
Where is it? Oh, okay. Just make sure to pull off if there's any yucky parts.
Yeah, there was.
Yep, just pull them off. Hang on. Oh, I gave you one.
I want mine. I don't like the circular ones. I'm not used to the
Um,
circular ones.
As well, what's happened, Eddie, is especially within the, the dynamic of everything that we've lived for the last 6 months, is that there's no inner circle of anything keeping us here that to anchor us or to make us, feel safe or happy. So other things come into play in order to like really say, no, it's not feasible. It's not your real life, right? It's not good. It doesn't feel good. Anita, it's taken me 5 years to get rid of my ex, and it's still going on. Yeah.
Get the special bowl. The special bowl. This is the
That's the
special
thing, and I spoke about it yesterday. One of my most biggest blessings is that we were able to exit the timeline that I was in with my ex very gracefully, considering. And then, I say gracefully, it was hard as heck. He treated me like a piece of crap for months. But when he got his shit together, he sustained a reality with Lily Rose for 2.5, 3 years. 2.5, 3 years of being a really good dad. every 2 weeks, every 14 days, he would take her. He supported me after he went through the, I'm so mad you're gone. He supported me in ways that it's lacking for me that he's not close anymore, because he did the shopping for Lily Rose's clothes and certain things. He had that inside of him that was natural. And we're blessed because when things were not going as well, he exited so that, there is no safety or no nothing. Right? So I'm very blessed. Yeah. You get it, eh, Anita? That resonates. Your honesty is awesome. Exactly, and it's real. It really is. So, not many people actually, talk to me or have that courage to ask me to go out. So believe me, when I'm honest like that, it's not by meanness. It's like the truth of like, wow, thanks for asking me to go out, but I don't date. And what that means is I don't date. I already know. It's like the thing, eh? If she's wearing, stuff like that. If she's wearing matching panties and bra, and you think you scored, no, you didn't, buddy. She did, because she knew the whole time she was gonna do it, right? Duh. And that's just it. We're in a matrix reality where people play games. So they do actually look somebody in the eye and make themselves more like inaccessible in order to be accessible, to be wanted, and then play a different game. But I don't do that. Like, I'm so fucking that there's only one person in this whole wide world right now, like right now, that is alive on this earth that I've seen, and it's like, oh man, you could be my dude. Right? That's it. And does that mean I'm gonna try stuff or be... No, if he don't think he's my fucking dude, then he's not. Right? It's not a game anymore. It's frequency. It's not about thinking, oh, somebody's pretty or hot and I would want something. It's about like, whoa, this frequency is like so intense, so much like me that it don't even matter if we don't talk. That's how intense it is. And it's not sexual, because that's the thing. The lust programs and all those things are not inside of me. I don't have a belief in all those puppet show games. Yeah, Eddie. I've dealt with that. People don't see the real deep me as soon as they think. No, Eddie, I've never sent enough emails. I'm so very quiet and self-isolated, but I certainly no harm would come from me. Alone but not lonely. Yup. Love thyself first. Yeah, Eddie. I think that you did send enough emails, Eddie, and I think that sometimes it's like I said when yesterday in the live stream Sean Patrick showed up, right? And I was like, Sean Patrick, oh my gosh, how are you? And then I was like, oh, it could be a different Sean Patrick. Like, is it somebody else? And Anita, Michelle said, like, I'm curious, how did you find us? And then I told a story of how I've known him in my reality of YouTube for 2 years. And I had said, like the day before he popped into, like yesterday, 2 days ago, I was thinking about him and I was like, I should email him. But that's the thing. We don't always have something exactly to say, so me was just thinking about him. But he knows me was thinking about him because he showed up the next day. Right, Eddie? So how you would be like with the intent that you would want to send me an email, and you think of me and Lily Rose when you're, when you see a dragonfly or when you see a certain cloud formation that reminds you of anything of me and Lily, that intent is still sent out because we are a web internet without the emails. So when I say like those things of how I've built friendships and those connections that we have, is that it's stronger than words, and it doesn't need the 3D email, texting, talking. And that's where we're at with, collectively and families. Listen, it don't matter if your family loves you. If you're not at the same frequency to get along, to build, to collaborate, to make new world, it's just not there. That's it. It's not anybody being mean. It's not judging. It's not judging. If your body's not comfortable with somebody and they don't make you happy, you're not in judgment. Your body is telling you, get out of Dodge. This isn't where you're meant to stay. The things coming forth are not of your frequency. Back away. So if you receive a text and you choose to not respond, but then you get told you didn't respond to me, or you don't pay attention, or you don't love me, but it's like, there's really nothing to respond to because it's not a part of anything. Does that make sense? I don't know. I'm babbling now. Anita, my son's dad and I are best friends, thank God. He's amazing with me, so supportive. I'm lucky to have that. Yep, you are. And I believe in that, and I see reflections of it, so I know it's completely possible. And it's completely possible for a script to flip around when someone chooses to allow other people to live their life and support them anyways. It's completely possible. Always. It's completely possible for somebody who's looking and judging stuff to like really wake up one day, like boom, and be like, wow, what was I thinking? How could I have done that? How could I have thought that? Because we all do. We all flip into new scripts and new versions of ourselves where the things we thought yesterday about something or someone will elevate to a higher consciousness. You know, and if it doesn't, then you're just not a part of their timelines, and that's it. There's nothing personal about spending time with people.
Wait,
And-
fish, I'm eating.
And that's where, from a matrix perspective, people take things personally. Guess what? If I can't, it doesn't. You can't fake being comfortable. Yeah. I couldn't say it like you do. I wish I could, so I will. Yeah. Thank you, Anita. Your aura is so bright, G. It's freaky to me how I emanate and just the stuff going through. Yeah, Anita, exactly. You understand about the emailing and stuff. I can feel you when I meant to, and I thank you. Yeah. Thank you for specifying that exactly, Anita. My son's dad said to me, as long as you're happy. And he's not even his real dad. He is amazing. Exactly. And that's why when I did the Father's Day shout out vid, the world that we're in, first of all, there is not really any typical family. But once we start to accept, stop judging, and just allow for what is, then that support can be there. Yeah, I totally get it. I had timelines similar to that. I just don't have the support. And when I did have the support, it was great. And I have zero judgment towards my ex not supporting me because he is entangled in things that, you know, that's it. Hey, that way, unconditional love to all. Aw, that's beautiful, Anita. I told him about that video you did, and he said thank you. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I used to, I don't title my videos and always, you know, how some people can remember their exact vid and then send or upload it or share it. But I've tried in the last 2.5 years to speak openly a lot about the fact of, you know, we're soul contracts that have chosen what we're going to exchange of energy on a certain point, and that there can't be more. So how some fathers and mothers bring children into the world, but they're not meant to participate at all in the life and anything else. And that it's not to be judged anymore. If we were just grateful for someone who did what they did, always just grateful and think it's beautiful that somebody brought a child into the world and then they're not meant, you know? We're in the midst of flipping the script, so nothing makes sense. And it's like the card that I pulled yesterday, Uncharted. We're in uncharted land, like territory of rebuilding what we want for the world. And what I want doesn't mean that my family wants it, or people that I hung out with 5 years ago, or my neighbors. And we're here to find each other and be with those who resonate on the same frequency of what we want. I was listening to someone, forget who and how I want to put this through, but who was saying how, you know, with all the children that are growing up and bisexual and the transhumans and everything, how are we going to populate the earth if, you know, it's just women together and just men? And that's the thing, is that it's not about that. It's about allowing people to be exactly who they are. And believe me, when children are meant to come into this reality, they will. And especially if we stop judging how, it'll be a much simpler process of who feels good with who stays with who raises who supports who, right? I wish I would pull the owl, but hawk. Let spirit be your guide. You gonna go for a walk, Willow? Okay. Love you, sweetie. Thanks for being here. Hawk spirit, let spirit be your guide. Flying high above the landscape, the hawk sees both the big picture and the small details. Observes the rain in the pond as well as the cloud and doesn't miss anything. And when the hawk spirit arrives, you're called to pay close attention to the messages from spirit that can appear anywhere in any form. Listen to your intuition and keep your eyes open for synchronicities and meaningful coincidences. Hawk Spirit asks you to not dismiss the signs that Spirit is sending to guide you. Lately, have you been hearing the same words or songs or coming across the same symbols here, there, and in the strangest places? Perhaps you hear a song on the radio with just the right lyric pertaining to your query. You begin to notice the billboards, license plates, and other places where repetitive numbers or words show up for you to notice. Pay attention to the animals that appear for you and connect with their symbolism. Spirit is reaching out to communicate again and again. And when the hawk spirit appears, it's time to listen. Because it's really beautiful to have the synchronicities and the flow, that they do lead to something if you allow them to. They really do. Yeah. Pay attention, right? Especially right now on a walk, Willow Pillow. Oh, wow, baby girl. Grab them all. Grab them all and have faith, okay? It's not funny right now, Willow Pillow, the stuff that we're being asked to, like, be brave and to do and to embody. And I'm sorry if there's not enough channels who, like, fucking said it straight up that it wasn't gonna be a fucking unicorn ride. Okay? Me always thought the unicorns would just fucking show up. But they don't. They don't. And it's past words what we have to do and how we have to feel, Willow. And we're sorry. We can't, like... You got this. If everyone stopped, if just the people who said that they were fucking woke stepped into their highest timelines, none of this could keep on going. None of it. None of it. 'Cause we'd all be fucking supported for real. Right? No, baby girl, it's not you. It's my own fucking shit. I'm fucking scared and I got stuff I gotta fucking go through and I don't like being brave anymore. Guess what? I already proved to the fucking universe and to my own self how fucking brave I am. Me wanted safe haven, and instead, me has a fucking appointment with the system tomorrow. So no, he's not feeling you. He's holding my shit together. Not so well right in the moment. And it's the ripple effect of the knowing that it don't matter how dedicated I've been for years. The miracles and the stuff's still not happening. And I can't help anybody else, you know, or my own self not be exactly where we're at right now. Dealing with being so fucking brave. So no, baby, it's not you. It's the knowing that thank you for being here and commenting, because instead of feeling like how the people in my life make me feel that you're the only one that fucking feels like this and like fucking get your shit together and just be in a fucking normal world, that yeah, no, I'm not. We are many of us in this world that are like, guess what? You know, it's not fucking easy right now. Right? It's not easy right now. And I want to read cards, but it really gets hard to say the miracle's around the corner and team's going to step up and we're here to collaborate. But, you know, that's not in place for real. It's being brave, right? To say that it's enough to have energy come from far. Because it is enough. It's more than we ever had. But point blank, you know, the reality of a new world is what we want, not what we want to keep being brave to get to. I'll read what I wrote to Michelle last night. Like I said, by the time we get to anything that's fucking pure or good, I'm gonna be so fucking exhausted that I'll be fucking like on the ground like a fucking little ninja. Like, what the fuck? What do you mean something good is gonna fucking happen? You know what I mean? I've been through weeks and months of fucking like fighting fight or flight for things I never even knew I had in my body. They weren't even wounds that I even had inside of me. Like, fuck. That this is my reality, when for 2 years I've been reading cards that were, you know, and believing that we're manifesting tribe. You know? When your own fucking people are the ones like fucking calling other people against you. Me's forgiven it all, okay, but me's the one that has to deal with it. So one person or whoever judged my life made a call, and they're fine now. To them, I've just protected, you know, Lily Rose. Me gonna call Children's Aid and protect Lily Rose from her mama. What the fuck? Her mama's been here for years saying how it's hard to be a single mom who doesn't have unconditional love or support in her reality. So let's fucking call it and put some more fucking pressure on fucking mom. Right? The fuck? Forgive, Willow. It's hard, you know? It really is, baby. Thank you, Willow. You are a miracle, and I have so much gratitude for you. Yeah, exactly. And that's why, for myself, I'm not valued in the Matrix world. I've done shit for the last 2 years. I'm a piece of fucking worthless shit in the Matrix world. So thank you to those of you who say that me actually showing up here and bringing us together is good, right? I told somebody once, because I don't tell the stuff that happens. I said to somebody, is like somebody said I saved their life. She said I saved her life. And instead of me being like a magical creature to the people around me because this happens, bad mom, because we're not doing everything like everybody else. It's like I said to someone not long ago, I'm asked to walk a path of faith and surrender for just being just me. Be me. Sharing myself, my gifts, without expectation, without asking for anything. Just share myself. When Meeps wrote that song, me sent it to my family. Guess what? Nobody shared it. Nobody said nice things. Somebody wrote a song about one of my family, you would all hear it. My mom gave me a painting of a bear in the winter. You all saw it. You know what I mean? No matter how people have treated me, everybody would still want to meet certain people in my life because me says good things about them, not bad. Me not even like saying names and stuff. Ever. Because when I say stuff, it's to help other people understand, like, you're not the only one who's like whoever in your life, doesn't matter the role, the position, the label, that's not supported. You know? Yeah, you being with us here is the miracle. We found each other. And yeah, we are all family here. Because what does family mean to me? Got nothing to do with anything except for who actually just supports. That's it. Right? I love you too, sweetie. Have a beautiful walk. He does forgive, and me is calmer than I ever thought I could be. But there's a part of my body that is shaking. Like, it just can't get over the shock feeling of, you know, people have a choice of the timelines that they can manifest in any individual's life, and that anyone would so choose to just, you know, do certain things and live certain ways. It's just beyond me. I was talking to a neighbor once who said how clogged up the children's aid system is right now because there's so many people at home and unhappy, so the calls are through the roof. The calls are through the roof, backlogged for children's aid. And how she said, why would anyone put anyone into a system of making an anonymous call? Like, unless you know a child is literally not safe, why would anyone do that to anyone right now? Especially, you know, and she said, these are the times when people really realize who their friends are and who their families are. When you don't have, for a year and a half, access to certain things, you really see who's ready to make the access or not, and how, right? I remember a specific father in February of last year where he said, I don't care what my daughter says, she's coming to stay here. We got room, we're gonna board her up, and she ain't gonna live alone and be not safe. You know what I mean? You just don't, that's it. And, you know, the gratitude for that, she didn't have to think, like, what am I going to do during these COVID times? Fucking family. You want the spot? It's here. You don't want it? It's here. You really don't want it? Well, you don't have to come, but hey, it's here. It's here. It's here. Thank you, Helena. I love you. For one, I'm so happy to have found you, and I'm happy to be here. Thanks, Helena. Bake them cookies, G. Funny, not funny. Hey, Michelle. How's your day so far, sweetie? I say that. Have you got out of bed yet? Thanks for helping me so much last night, Michelle. So for myself, when things come into my reality, I choose to not, you know, and I chose just one person to help me and anchor me, and that was Michelle. So thank you so much for your, like, energy last night. I thought the best is, like, when you sent me the picture of you and Nate, and in my head, I was like, they're so cute. And I was looking at the clothes and I was like, I wonder why Josh is wearing. I wonder why Josh didn't go in the picture. And then I woke up this morning because you had texted me and I put it in airplane mode when I went to bed. And then I woke up this morning and there was the trinity of you in the next photo. And I was like, oh my God, I wished for that. I did, right? So you sent me the awesome picture of you. Of you and Nate, and then in my head I was, looking and thinking, I wonder what Josh is wearing. And boom, I woke up to what Josh was wearing. Well, the three of you, you know what I mean, together. That was awesome. You just messaged me and then came here. You just getting out. I think I got a lot of snot in my throat right now. Anita, the support in here is amazing. We do really good, eh, guys? Oh, check that out. Boom. Yeah. And it's because of having done this for so long that I understand what true support is, for real. So it's that thing of like so long of just not understanding what true support was, Michelle says, we're so matchy, it's comical. It's cute as heck. It's like the most cheesiest cheese. It's so cheesy that it's like the best cheese ever because it's cheesy. Like, did you guys plan to all three dress like that? Like, I know you take out Nate's clothes, you take out Josh's, and did you guys plan that? Or did you just happen to like match so much? Because it's awesome. I'm sorry, but I've never really been cheesy in life. And I remember being with my ex-husband. I'm so bad. I remember being with my ex-husband and they got company coats and all the coats were the same. And I was like, okay, those are really ugly. They're red, white, and blue. I really don't want one because then I'm going to look like everybody who works with you and we're going to match. And that's just too gross. But now I'm in this pot in my life where I would be like, wearing an ugly Christmas sweater in July just for fun when it's cold and somebody with a reindeer hat beside me, right? We saw a dude yesterday with like a Santa type of elf hat.
It was
like,
a Santa hat.
Like the white, the red, and then the white.
Yeah.
Just walking up the street with a Santa hat. And I thought that was the best. Why would you only wear a hat that was like Christmassy at Christmas? Makes no sense. In July, seeing that Christmas hat made me way more happy than when I see it in like November all the time. It was awesome. Oh, Michelle. Yes, I like to coordinate. Good. Do it. Anita, I have an obsession with matching colors and blending with colors and everything. Oh, Lily is becoming like very blended. And me, I'm the opposite. If it does not match and go together, if it's gonna make somebody go,
Okay.
Are you sure you didn't put the wrong thing on today? Oh, honey, your shirt's on backwards. Did you know you're wearing 2 different color boots? That was my favorite.
Okay, yesterday, my theme for my outfit was pink. Today, it's grayish black. I was trying to go for black, but this is blue and gray and
Yeah.
gold.
Gold. And she found her gold
Yeah.
tiara,
It was literally-
crown, bandeau, whatever you call
I lost
it.
it like 2 months ago, and I've been looking for it, and it was right under, it was right behind my notebooks and sketchbooks and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please don't do that. Ooh, cap locks. Michelle says, you look beautiful, Lily, in cap locks. Cap locks means she's screaming.
Yeah.
You look so beautiful! Michelle. Michelle's in Wisconsin going, Lily! What? I love it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, here comes something else.
Everyone that's gonna comment, put it in cap lots.
No yelling. No more yelling. Don't yell at me.
Please do it for me. Do it for me.
I don't know what I'm doing. So everything you write from now on, it doesn't have to be anything silly. It has to be in cap lock.
I'm gonna try to.
If I
read that
become
here.
the president, that's gonna be my rule.
If you can become the president, wow. We don't have presidents in Canada.
Prime Minister.
Helena says, how many would you guys say that you're connected to on the astral 5D? How many peeps' feelings do you guys channel on a day-to-day basis, roughly? Oh, Helena. Me not know if anybody else gonna address that question, but myself, I am connected to people that have not even spoken yet in comments. So meaning, I still have not met them. They have not come into reality, but I'm already connected. I'll give you the example of you, sweet darling Helena, which I will make blue because I can right now because I have the device that can do it. You came into my reality where I was listening to, like I told you, and I even shared the song with you twice, I think already, Hélène by Rock Voisine. So the song was so prevalent that at one point, I even looked up and I said, am I even going to meet another Helen? Or is it, all the syncs that are already there? And then boom, you showed up. And this will happen in the stream sometimes where I'll say names or say things, and then all of a sudden somebody comes into, our reality, the platform, the gathering spot here, and because I felt them coming. So my connections are so strong that there are people that I have not even witnessed, I've not seen, I don't know who they are yet, but I already know they're coming, and there's already a connection. My connections are so strong with everyone I've ever interacted with, so that I feel phantom pains. I can feel when either accidents happen or in the timeline approximately. So it's not like I'll be sitting there and, well, actually I can be sitting there and all of a sudden my knee hurts and somebody banged their knee. Last couple weeks ago, I was having visions of a logging truck. I was having flashbacks of certain Canadian accidents with logging trucks. And boom, one of my most cherished, precious soul sisters, Angie, and her husband were in an incident with a logging truck. I've woken up to visions of blood and blood and just accidents. Just woken up with the vision of blood and being so sad, just so sad. I'm so sad and I don't know why. And then the knowing of who had a very tragic death within their vicinity, for example. So for myself, one of the reasons that I don't make sure like my channel stays small at all times, I don't try to wow people with titles and try to gather more. And I don't put myself out there to gather more because quality instead of quantity. So if I put myself out there way more and had way more people, in my timelines that just came, I would be a part of their certain things as well on some level. So for me, one of the learning curves is the separation, the being detached from all that I feel. The not being in physical pain sometimes because I experience phantom pain a lot. And that being said, like I'm not sitting here like a ball all the time, but like one example of phantom pain, and a lot of these things have happened during live streams. So, looking back at a live stream, then you would see, right? So a certain live stream this winter, I'm talking randomly about, I can't remember. And all of a sudden I say like, I just had a contraction. Like, where did that come from? And then Angie, who was not present in the moment, I said, oh, I just had a contraction. Where did that come from? Came back into the chat approximately 2 to 3 minutes later and said, I was just on a phone with a certain person and she's in labor. So that's why that's why so many people that, you know, when we wake up or when we are born woke, we feel so much. But until we really understand what and why and how, and in order to be detached and to be able to be the most for the greater good, it's really hard road to be who and how we are. And I speak for myself because I don't know if anybody else is the same, you know, same, but we all mirror each other in certain things. So everything I say has a tidbit for someone somewhere that they feel this as well. But so it's something that the higher that I'm vibrating, the less fear or stuff going on in my life, the less I feel actual pain. So a phantom pain will come in, but not as an actual, I'm not in physical pain. I will just have the pang. So I know somebody is going through a migraine-esque experience that's so bad, it's brought them to their knees. They can't fucking breathe. And so I send out the energy. When I know who it is, it's much easier. So when people say within, you don't even have to text or email. If somebody says in their heart space that they're calling for energy, then I can just give it and I know I'm sending it to so-and-so. But a lot of people don't even realize that we're so connected that it doesn't matter if you don't want to step up and show yourself, if you don't want to be part of the timelines, that's fine, free will, but you're already a part of it. Nothing can be hidden. The truth is in plain sight everywhere. So we are all connected. And I don't know if I'm just different because I'm the one that's in the middle of all of us, right? I am the round table. I am the gatherer. I am the thing in the middle that feels like home, that makes it that other people find each other to have the connection of home. Does that make sense? So because I put myself out here and then the subsequent, like, learning by trial by fire, right? So years ago, me did not know certain things, how I felt them, but the doing a sustained videos and live streams has made me known exactly how powerful I am. So Helena, I'm so powerful to the point where there's still videos about it now, early 2019, especially March and April. Like for 3 months, there looks like there's a lot of videos, but half of them got deleted because I couldn't stand being watched. So I've talked about it and I will always talk about it, who we are if we are looked at over and over repetitively and fantasized about in ways that involve lust or even jealousy. So if somebody's looking at me but really jealous and envious and she don't like me and she really, like, her soul loves me, but her ego and her head, like, oh fuck man, that fucking mama bear, like, I feel that. So that's why I projected myself as a mama bear as much as I could in the last 2.5 years to take away from that goddess and that, romantic type of figure of a feminine in order to receive as much Mary-esque mother energy back that I give out, right? So because my package looks a certain way and because I'm kind to everybody, somebody coming in to see me can consider me a flirt, but then they try to flirt with me and that don't work because I don't flirt, but I'm nice to everybody. So it's your masculine or feminine, depending on my tone and how giddy or happy or bubbly I am, can be interpreted as flirting, but it's not. It's just the mom that just talks that way to everybody, in a good way. So that's how connected for myself. That's like my answer to your question. And the bittersweet realization sometimes of how we are holding each other down. So meaning if, okay, Lily, just a little less loud. So meaning if we say we're tribe, if you look at somebody and you call them sis in a comment or sister, but then in your head you're thinking not sisterly things, that is felt. And that's the thing is me feels it all. Me speaks openly about it. Some people may never feel it the way that I do. I don't know. You know, somebody came into my reality on Instagram and I hope that she responds to me so that I can just ask her because she's very seen. Like very seen. Like we're talking a beautiful, powerful woman who shows herself. And one of the things I need to surpass is like, how do you fucking just enjoy that part? I enjoy showing myself for the gathering of us all, but when it comes to doing more, I'm just really not there yet, right? It's not the shyness. I just don't want the vibration of people watching me dance or doing other things yet, right? Because I still, to this day, even yesterday's, because I'm trying to let it go, but 110 people passed through my stream yesterday the last time I checked. There's only about 12 likes. I think I've got 2 dislikes. So where's the energy of all the other people? You know, because I was streaming yesterday for 4 hours and 53 seconds, and I knew that by the time I was done, I knew the number was going to be high, but it was 90 people in 4 hours that passed through. And that's just what's written on my screen. That's not fact-based. So as I spoke for 4 hours and 53 seconds, that's a lot. Minimum of 90 people passed through and listened to what I said. Some could have been there the whole time. Some were only passing. And that's the thing is I've done streams where people are just passing through. And I've had to stop the stream like months and months ago or last year. I had to stop because the energy passing through scares the shit out of me, to be honest. Or the vindictiveness of somebody who's very fucking pissed at me and me not ready to handle it. I just got to stop. So, you know, I feel it all, and it doesn't lower, it just intensifies over the years, months, weeks, and days. And I'm going to say days because for myself, I'm so accelerated that it's different every day, and it's more and more. And the better that my detachment of like fucking forgive. Okay, so somebody's, you know, got me kneeled over a table in their head and they're like thinking about me that way. Okay, detach. It's not a big deal. But on a certain level, for me, I do think it's a big deal because we're here as frequency beings, and somebody passed through my frequency and didn't have my consent. That's not what I'm here for, is to be thought of in that way. Right? I've even brought up about dream time and how I, in my dream time, consent to what I do. So I don't live dreams where people are ravaging my body or I'm living orgies and I'm doing stuff because I don't want that in my reality. I don't live that way in real life, and I have zero fantasies about it because if I did, I would be living that way. Right? It's just that easy. If I did want that kind of life, I would live it. I wouldn't just think about it, dream about it, watch movies about it. I would be doing it because that's the kind of person I am. But I'm not that kind of person. So the consent of dreams, you know, somebody said to me once, I never even considered that somebody could or should or would or even thought to consent in dreams. And it's like, I've had a Dreamtime booth since 2019. Ever since Tribe said, oh, I visit you and we visit each other, guess what? I have a booth at the beginning of my Dreamtime, and if you're not there for the greater good, and if you're not there with pure intent, you don't get to come into my Dreamtime. Me not have nightmares. Me not get bad stuff happen in dreams. And when I do, it's because it's prophetic or something's going to happen or it's a sign of something. Because believe me, the celibacy I have in my life is the same I carry over into my dream time. So it's the flow of me and who I choose to be and what my sanctum is, what my temple, what my mind, what my soul wants. I carry over everywhere that I can. Always. Always. For real. Anyways, that was a little bit long. But yeah, a fair amount of peeps for you, Anita. Lots of cap locks, Lily. You got I love you cap locks. No way, Lil. Lil is my bestie. Lily Rose rocks. Lily Rose, beautiful. Woo! Yeah, there's a lot of cap locks. I can't even read. There's too many capitals. She could be my world president any day, says Helena. That's awesome. Anita says, been cord cutting for years and I still have connections coming up. Those are traits of a super empath. Anita, I get phantom pains off people all the time. Yeah, you understand that too, eh? I think you had said that to me before, Anita. Helena says, channeling grief and sorrow is the hardest. For myself, except for certain exceptions, so specifically Anne, when Jeff passed away in the last month, that really brought me to like my knees of myself. So I have a fellow YouTuber who had been with her husband for a very long time, 28 years, her best friend, and he transitioned after a long bout with leukemia. And I don't even know her. We're not intimate. She doesn't chat. We don't talk. But the frequency of who Anne is, how she lived it with Jeff, comes to me, and it's just, there's a purity that it hurt me. It hurt that he passed. And that was something that realization of how sometimes I speak and I'm so middle road that we are souls and we're eternal, but the reality of Anne living in the moment, the true reality of it happening, there's a part of me that can't even forgive myself for how I speak, and I sound cold sometimes, trying to bring through the perspective that, is just, there's not enough human of how it feels. For myself, it's not the grief and sorrow are pure emotion that's so raw that it's something that I can witness within and assist and send energy in ways that it doesn't knock me on my butt. For me, transmuting the jealousy and the lust, the things that don't act like the programs is what's hardest, right? So I will still be floored by meeting a woman in any type of whatever, whether it be this way or in reality. I still just don't understand to meet somebody and then to have them look at me and say certain things, but that they're thinking other things. Or the reality that I live of, just I'll be casually walking and then all of a sudden somebody under their breath will say like, oh, slut. And it's like, I just look at myself and it's like, I'm just wearing a dress and I'm a scrawny little, skinny little chick. An old lady, actually. I'm not even a chick. I'm like fucking almost a grandmother, pushing 50, me gonna be 50. And I walk by somebody who's like, says that. And that's the thing. It took me years to realize that sometimes people aren't saying it out loud. They never said it out loud. They're just thinking it in their heads so hard that it's like a slap in the face out loud to me. So those are the things that are harder to transmute, because it's like so, like, sorrow and grief are real, and other things are just the program of judgment and what jealousy, right? So boom, Michelle says, weird, you said contraction. I dreamed I was pregnant last night. I dreamed of babies, but I can't remember in what context, Michelle. There was babies. You got the ringing in your ears? Your sister Nicole was pregnant too. Anita says, funny, Michelle, I was going to ask you if you have brothers or sisters. I couldn't remember. Road Trip says, for me, it seems to get more fine-tuned as one has more confirmations. For me, it has been and always growing stronger, firmer, more for sure. Anita, Michelle says to Anita, I have one of each. I'm the youngest. Look, my brother ascended when I was pregnant with Nate. Thank you, Helena. I always feel so safe when I see you and hear you. Thank you. That's my intent. Helena, there's not much comfort in this world besides listening to you. Well, thank you. Hope you have other people that make you feel that way as well, and that if you don't, that at least you meet them in here, sweetie. There's a lot of us in here that have that feeling. If you guys want to put your channels up, I don't know, Michelle, do you have Helena's channel? You guys have each other's channels? All around with people that are here, you know, come in and out of here. Yeah, I love Anita, 1111. She likes to dance in front of the camera. She's a character, a sassy lady. She's amazing. Michelle says, Helena, I like using the word instead of passed away because he died in his sleep, massive stroke. He was an alcoholic, an opioid addict. Anita, thanks for confirming that your uncle passed away on Saturday. He's finally at peace. Yeah. Michelle, Anna's my mother. Jeff is my ex-fiance. Yeah. Thanks to those who share when they do have, you know, certain things that happen, because sometimes it is our confirmation of the things we're feeling of certain things, eh? Anita, I dreamt last week that I had a baby girl. That's beautiful, sweetie. Michelle, Helena came into my timelines about, what, 2-3 weeks ago? That you started commenting? Maybe 4, but I'm really not good with timelines, so she just commented beautifully on a video, and it was like, boom, there she is. It's just, there she is. It's just how it is for me, is that feeling of just the knowing that, you know, You said although you were living in a tiny unit with my son and this baby girl alone. Sometimes it's not really like the baby, but it's that birthing of the feminine energies coming through, Anita. I'm just gonna move it for a bit. I'm actually gonna flip the screen. I know. Maybe Meeps will come in today because I flipped the screen. I'm gonna take just a little bit of a pause. Yes, kindreds always find each other. Boom, Anita said, Michelle, I dreamt of Vinny Eastwood, a YouTuber, and his baby daughter last night. That way, remembering when you didn't even do the live streaming, you were amazing, G, so appreciative and grateful. Thanks that way. Oh, Helena, that's a super good question. Thanks for bringing that up. Have you sisters stopped bleeding? Me, I'm post-menopause already. I love the freedom, but I miss all the strange symptoms one used to have during the period and the connection to the moon phases. Cool. I'm 49, January 7, 1972, so me gonna be 50 in January. Me is a fully flowing feminine still. I've manifested double in the last 2 to 5 years. I manifest sometimes double menses at a full moon and new moon. That's a heavy one, believe me. But that does sometimes happen. And it's when the energies are super flowing through in ways that no words. So, myself, I speak when I do speak about flow, I speak about it openly that we have been programmed to believe of the nasty stuff that it's supposed to bring and not empowered by what our energy actually is in those times. So my perspective is that it's physically not possible to be a bitch when you have your period. We are more sensitive and emotional, and women have been taught, so we've been embedded for generations with bad jokes and being told that we're bitches, because really the emotion that we feel is sadness and fear. Before our menses comes is when we would need to be in the most ultimately protected world. Right? So if we lived in a protective state where we are safe and we don't question our security, financial or physical, because, whatever exterior, our relationships, we wouldn't have any pain at all when we have our period. And I know that because for myself, for a sustained amount of years, me not have pain. So it doesn't matter how much drama llama stuff went on last week, how the energies were, what's wrong?
Can you put me?
It doesn't matter. All of the stuff. When my flow came and it started, I forget, I didn't timestamp it, but it started on, what was the last thing that we had? Was it new moon or?
Eclipse?
I'm still wearing a pad now, so it was like 2 or 3 days ago. So whatever energies was 2 or 3, I can't open it. It's one of, oh, I got it. So all of a sudden, I had text, and it sometimes happens in unison with something. I had texted someone, like vulnerable, more on it, like very honest what I felt, and then whoo, all of a sudden I was like, whee, here we are. For myself, it's a release, and it feels good and pure and just empowered. So after a week of having like so many like just weird emotions and stuff come through, as soon as it's like the red was there, it's like, oh man, I'm good. And I know it's going to sound weird because the way that other people will live it, or have not gotten to live it yet maybe in their life, is that feeling of like, oh no, this has come. Or meanwhile it was for me is like, oh my gosh, yes. So that helped to like really roar me back up. And again, no pain, no cramps, no yucky, no nothing. So for me, it's like any tension that I had was like released finally. You know what I mean? I don't have a lot of feminines that we talk and chit chat, but we have noticed flows and certain things, the same as in reality, where if you're besties and you hang out with people, then we do get our flow at the same time, type of thing as well, even if we're far away and we've never hugged, never touched, never had eye contact. Just through comments, when people are open, they speak of it. I've had a few, not a lot, but a few masculine who've talked to me about how their body, the DNA upgrades, and how their body feels certain things during a certain time of the month, since they became more aware of their bodies. So meaning, and this isn't a lot, like I don't have a real masculine in my life that, we talk about and that I know, like sustained consistently how it feels every month. But I've had enough flashes of conversations with masculine to know that when a masculine really steps into embodying all of the aspects of himself as best as he can, then they realize that they fluctuate during a time of the month as well. I even had somebody specifically say, like, I'm scared shitless that blood's gonna just start coming out of my penis because I'm so fucking feminine-y feeling, not girly, not, nothing, just all of a sudden that thing inside of them is more feminine-y, because we're talking about masculine feminine balance. It has nothing to do with anything else. And I remember I was like, oh my God, thanks for being honest and saying that, because you're scared blood's gonna come out of your fucking dick because you feel feminine, but I'm scared I'm just gonna birth a baby because I'm like Mary and I don't need a Joseph, and all of a sudden God's gonna fucking make me pregnant. Right? And I segue that because of the dreams that you guys were talking about, and because of a lot of feminine, when we speak openly, we have phantom pregnancy feelings randomly throughout the year. So depending on the timelines women are on, some people feel it only once a year, some people feel it every month, some people feel it every once in a while, but we have phantom feelings of like being paranoid, really, because we've been pregnant before, so we know what it feels like, and we think we could be pregnant, but we know we're not, because first of all, there's nobody in our reality. But second, even if we were, it couldn't be that all of a sudden you would wake up one day and that your boobs would be like cantaloupes and that in your tummy there's like that moving baby. So it's that like I say, that phantom type of pregnancy feeling. And yeah, so I think it's neat. Michelle, I dreamed that water was dumped on her from the bucket of a tractor. Rawr, what color was the tractor? Me need to know. Thanks, guys. Eddie says the early vids are great that way. Anita, you still get your period? Yeah, you grabbed and comforted immediately after the bucket thing? Ooh, wow. Nice, Anita. I didn't actually get my period for 7 years, so I'm glad to have it back. Too much medication and stress. Whoa. That's awesome. So see that thing of like heal thyself and my body just I bleed out of time, Anita says. It just happens unexpectedly. Yeah. I'm pretty regular, but I don't check, so it is usually with the moon. But then when I have those flips, it's a flip of the script when I get a double, which I can't remember the last double that I had. I think I've had one double, one here, and it was probably January, but I can't remember. I don't document, I don't write a diary, and if I've said it out loud to somebody or said it here, or, then somebody would remember, but we don't remember. One of the things I have talked about in the past years, and I'm going to restate it now because we're still, in the thick of this, is that part of the New World Ways is that there is no age. That's a program. So people who have lived a whole life and are in their 50s and 60s will be already have had, or in the midst of manifesting to have a child. People who were told all of their life that they were infertile, that it was completely impossible that they get pregnant, have already had babies or will manifest babies in the future. I've had so many examples of this already that it's there. It's real. It doesn't matter if the doctor told you when your timeline kicks in that you're meant to have a child, it's going to happen. People who have had vasectomies, men who had vasectomies who were completely successful, and they know they were tested, and then they know they were for 10, 15, 20 years, they didn't make a child, are all of a sudden, and have all of a sudden, and will all of a sudden make a child. Why? Because that's what the soul contracts are. I've witnessed hearing people, women telling me that they gave birth without knowing they were even pregnant. I met somebody 2 months ago that happened to. I've known at least 3 people in my reality that happened to, and that will happen more and more. So what does that mean? That a woman will get pregnant and she won't know for the whole 9 months, so she can just live her timeline. Live her timeline for 9 months, however it's supposed to be lived, and that all that feeling of anticipation of a baby, the stress, the worry, the baby didn't want to live that. Yeah, babies get choices too, especially now, right? Because the cavalry coming in is not always adults that are, going to step into their awaken and act. It's babies coming in to give energy and to be the light and to be the anchors. So some babies have chosen that, guess what? I don't want to be in that avatar body with that mom who's going to be like, all the fucking time. So she ain't going to know. And one day she's going to go pee and I'm going to pop out.
And then,
Or one day she's gonna like have a tummy ache so bad she's gonna go to the hospital and I'm gonna pop out. And this is real, you know, like it really is.
And the
Show me.
do.
Oh, nice.
One's just clear, and then all the other ones.
Yeah, that one's a. Did you miss that? No, I didn't miss
No.
it. It's
I meant
clear.
to.
Show it.
Do. I tried to do it with like a darker
That was a
version,
little fast, but
like red. It's both red and blue, and then pink and blue. So like a darker version of pink. and a
can you
darker
make sure
version of
all
blue.
those lids are shut properly?
I made sure. They might even be hard to open later.
So yeah, the baby reality of, because that's the thing is that we've had the waves of, you know, the indigo children, the golden children, the rainbow children, and the golden children coming in have a say in ways that is beyond words. It really is. Where they just, it's going to be different, and it already is, you know. So I don't know why today I'm guided to say this out loud, but it could be for somebody who is pregnant right now, 6 months along, doesn't know, and it's today that she's supposed to grasp it. So she has 3 months in order to get ready, right? Every single thing that comes out of me is a seed planted towards someone, somewhere. And I could be planting this seed so that somebody is ready to not be a judgmental grandmother, mother, parent, sister, friend. So if somebody all of a sudden comes to you and says, I had no clue what's going on, I'm pregnant, and are you going to be ready to help that person? Or are you going to sit there and think like that's not even possible and you can't take care of yourself and nah? Or are you going to be with the open mind of like, whoa, I heard Michelle Genevieve say that a couple weeks ago, a couple minutes ago, a couple hours ago, that this was happening. As well as that the golden children are coming through, and if a father and mother can't get along, guess what? Whichever one is not for the greater good of that golden child is going to be bumped from the reality. Yeah. And I know that's like, what? But that's just the thing. If two people consented to have a child, but that child is not going to be raised the way it's meant to, somehow, whoever is going to be bumped out. And that's the divine will coming through, because guess what? If as adults, we can't stop like ruminating our inner wounds and keep perpetuating patterns, guess who's going to come in and make sure that those patterns are fucking flushed from our reality? The other energies coming through. So how doesn't really matter, but the truth of that happening, it is. And that's it. We're not here to judge who raises a child. We're here to make sure that everybody's living the frequency that they need to survive. So Michelle says, I thought I had been done, but not yet. I had my second son at 43. Yeah, Michelle says, Helena, thanks for asking. I've been wondering about this very thing for months now. I love you for asking, Helena, because first of all, these are important things that are not talked about a lot, or you really have to know or fall, like really be guided to the channels who speak openly. And I'm always ready to talk about this stuff and bring up the things that I've witnessed or experienced or that I know, because the more awareness that we have, the more we can be there for the generations that are there right now and that are going to be going through this. So we could have a wave of really young moms that are not going to have fathers to take the place. So who's going to step up and help and be the village to raise that child? Or is it going to be judged and stigmatized and analyzed, and we're going to perpetuate another generation of, stuff? Anita, every time I work on my sacral chakra, I get my period and from intense energies. Michelle says, I got my last moon during the full moon, during Michelle Genevieve's stream, as we talked about moon cycles. You can't make this stuff up. Yep. Yeah, a couple people are looking down right now going, oh my God, me too. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh, you say you would have another Michelle, but Nate needs and deserves all your attention? Nick had a 15-year Monopoly dynasty, and it's Nate's turn now. That's beautifully well said.
Okay, we have an update. The blue now didn't what, so I replaced it with black.
Black. Show me the black.
It was just rubbing off.
A black.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks
So
gorgeous.
now there's a random black one.
Michelle says, you have a daughter, Anita, and I'll live vicariously through you. You have that passed through as well, Anita? You understand that, eh? I've had that too. I feel pregnant, but I can't be. Yeah. Exactly, Michelle. Phantom pregnancies are a real phenomenon. Yeah. And sometimes there are that phenomenon of like somebody we haven't even met in our reality that's such a soul sister energy that we feel their pregnancy. Right? So a lot of us, if we actually took the time to like really just like check the dates and check, and if we know, like, you know what I mean? So I could potentially talk to Michelle about exactly when Nate was conceived and when she was pregnant for 9 months. And then if I was a documenter, I would go back to my journal and I would say like, look, right here is when I felt that, and prove it. Or, you know, like depending on the dates, I could be like, yeah, that's the summer that I felt the most like whacked out. Like spring 2019 had me like talking to Darren Bravery on the phone and saying, Bravery, what if I'm like fucking Mary and all of a sudden I get pregnant? He was like, well, that would be fun. You wouldn't really have to do anything and you'd be pregnant. And I was like, not really, because like then I have a baby inside of me, Bravery. That's like a lot of fucking work. And then the baby comes out. And I was like, you know, so, but you saw a Canada train car yesterday, CNN? Roar. That's awesome, Michelle. Ooh, and you went by the John Deere dealership? Oh, did you stop and dry hump a tire for me? I said it, I did. Did you stop and go dry hump a tire for me? I don't really do that. I don't. I'm just teasing. But yeah, next time stop and get a picture of you in a wheel. Okay? Those are the best. I have a picture of me in BC with one of the biggest wheels I've ever seen. I could have lived in that wheel my whole life. It never came out. It was so perfect. I was like, wow, fucking 20 feet tall, and I'm in the middle, and I look all small, and the wheel is like huge. And it was like, wow, this is my home. Oh, man. I would move into a tractor and never move out. I know. Who lives in a tractor? Me. Imagine a house just made of John Deere parts. Oh my God. Boom. Anita, my sister was told she could never had kids and she had a daughter. Thanks for sharing, Anita. Yeah. Gonna go to sleep, Helena? Sweet dreams, sweetie. Thanks for being with us today. Eddie says, oh shit, I had a VAS at 23. Nope, no kids here. Other people's kids are fun enough for me. Yeah, 23. Gee, that's young, Eddie. Anita says, you must have had your reasons. Eddie says, yep, I had my reasons. I was a traveling contract engineer at the time, never home. and I knew of a dysfunctional upbringing. I'm 56 now, and it's the best choice I made for me. I knew I could not be at home constant and never give my own as much love as my father. Never give my own as much love as my father taught and gave me. Yeah. Yeah. And there are people, exactly, I have a certain amount of feminine in my life who speak of their journey, and they knew. They knew. Like, it wasn't just, I don't want kids and I'm pretending I don't want kids, but I really do want kids. They knew they would never have children. And some of them did take the measures to make sure their body would not produce one, and others no, but they just knew. Boom. Michelle says, Sync, Nate is watching Tech the Tractor, a show with real tractors. Rawr. Yeah. He's my kind of dude. See, I don't watch a lot of TV. I don't even watch movies. But I watch a lot of agricultural things go through a field. I don't know why. It's just my thing. Yeah. It was really just a timing thing because your insurance was running out with the company that was employed with at the time. And then you never look back. And I always did want a daughter, but I'm happy with my choice. Yeah. And I meant what I said in the Father's Day video that I made. I know I keep bringing it up, but I meant it. And I want the emphasis to be on it. Why? Because we're here to rewrite scripts and think new ways. So some of the best father figures that I've ever had in my life, or that even Lily has had as a role model, which, it's been a while, that it's been in reality, but have not been fathers. And that's that. So just like giving birth does not make a mother, planting a seed does not make a father. We either are of a mother-esque energy or we are not. And more these are things that won't be able to be faked. So that's why if we actually lived an empowered society, it's the masculine who is the mother vibration in a couple. And if a woman just went and did what her energy flow gravitated her toward to, and that the man completely just nested and did the stuff without any stigma, none of it. And I know families who live that way. They're few and far between because it takes a lot of balls to live differently, right? But there are families making those choices now that the woman doesn't, like she wants to be a mother, but she doesn't have the mothering vibe to do the things it takes to be the mom part. So the masculine takes over and does it because he has that inside. The caring, the prepping things, the making sure things are ready. Not all women have that inside, eh? So that's it. When there's equal partnerships or the possibility of people actually embodying their truest self, there's so many men I know who should have never worked a fucking day in their life in the industries or places that they did. It ripped their soul out of them because they weren't built for that. They were built to be daddies and do other things, So yep, Michelle says, Eddie, I think family is whatever you want to be. You're still young. And definitely always the way that I know for myself, Eddie, the way that you've treated me makes me feel safe, therefore it makes Lily feel safe. And that's a big deal because not everybody does that for us through the channel, through YouTube, and in real life, right? So the embodiment of what you don't maybe have, a daughter in life, you treat women as sister, mother, daughter without even it being an effort, right? And that's beautiful. It really is. Nothing much. I just got up to when I just caught up to the dry humping party, laughing my ass off. I'm howling over here. I'm smashing my fist on the kitchen island. Who lives in a tractor under the sea? Ooh, under the sea. That way, dry hump a tractor, a tire. Oh yeah, baby. You can imagine when it's like fucking mudding, eh? Rawr. Oh man. I know Alex is gone because he didn't hear that. Mika. Hey, Mika. Meow. Yep. Thanks for saying it, Anita. I do know couples that have kids like that. The masculine is like the mother more than the mother. Yep. And that's beautiful because, and that's, when I came into Chris's timelines, he had 2 children. They were 11 and 13, but he never lived anything of the childhood of his kids. So he worked on the road. When he was with Sherry, he worked exterior. From the time they met until 1 year before she passed away, he never really solidly lived at home. He was either, contracting out in and out, or in that impasse of like the 2 months of winter on unemployment, in between season, but he'd never been at home. So when he did come home, first of all, he was tired from working. He wanted to see his buds. He wanted a drink. And he was actually told, you don't know what you're doing. Go do what you want. No, don't try to do that. You don't know how you're doing. Go fishing. Go. Just go. Get out. You're in our way. You don't know what we're doing. You don't know how to do this. And not in mean ways, but when you have a mom who lives at home with 2 kids alone, does it all, somebody comes home, it doesn't actually help. They're actually kind of in the way, right? Depending on the relationship you got. So, plus he was a man he was grossed out with diapers, so he didn't really offer to do it. And if ever he did it wrong. So he never really changed diapers. So us coming into his reality, he lived 4.5 plus the time after we separated of having a younger child. I remember when I looked, I was like, what do you mean you never changed your kids' diapers? And then, he told me the life they had, so it's understandable. And I looked at him and was like, is that how it's going to be with us? Because, like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? And he always changed everything. Part of his fear of changing the diaper was not being taught how, kindly and just patiently. And his biggest fear was because Lily was a girl, she had a vagina, and he didn't know what to do. He didn't want to hurt her, and so he just had to be taught patiently and lovingly and told, you're doing good. Of course, the worst you can do is like go a little hard, and baby, like it would have to be really hard to hurt a baby because you're so gentle that you're barely washing her, right? So it's like when I was like teaching him, it was like a little bit harder. Yeah, nothing's actually moving. You're not really even touching her, So he was so delicate with the wipe that it was like, no, a little bit. And then it would be like, okay, you really need to go in and like, whoosh, Chris, like, whoosh, just wah, take the wipe and you go, wah. And, and then it became second nature. He never got the routine of tucking a baby in every night, so he got it after with Lily. But imagine being with somebody who already has 2 kids, but never did it, and it was all brand new. So it was like awe and wonder of a certain thing, of being allowed, of being taught, of being like, yeah, you're not getting out of all of that. And if you are, then what the hell are you going to do to make up for not changing the poo? Because like, I remember looking at her, I was like, are you telling me that if she's in one room and I'm in another room and you're in the room with her and she poos, you're actually going to call me to change her? Because we're going to be training some kids to change some diapers, right? Because we had 3 teenagers. Like, whoa, no, that don't fly. but it was the allowing. A lot of fathers that had children weren't allowed to be dads. So what does that mean? They were told, you don't know what you're doing. And guess what? Half the mothers didn't know either. They didn't all have, baby sisters. They never changed a diaper, but they were so scared of changing the diaper and doing something wrong themselves that they projected that fear into the masculine. So instead of teaching, enabling, and making masculine feel like powerful, wounds were brought in, are brought in all generations instead of empowerment. So, I've talked to grown men who have nieces and nephews and have never held a baby because they were never told or taught how. They're scared to drop a baby. So I talked to somebody once who's in the military for years who's scared to hold a baby. And I'm like, okay, so you've touched bombs. Yep. You've touched all kinds of guns. Yep. You've been in places there was landmines and step places. Yep. But you're scared to drop a baby. Yeah. And it's like, the chances of you fucking tripping and shooting yourself in the head when you were in basic training is fucking more elevated than you actually just dropping a baby randomly. You know what I mean? Like, the fear of holding a baby so big because ingrained generations, men didn't see their dad holding their little brother. Men didn't see their dad changing the diaper. They were seeing their dad getting kicked out of the house if they were in the way, and they were kicked out of the house because they were in the way, because they were a little boy and not taught to help change their sister because that would be whatever, right? Someone's like, whoa, don't ask why we're such a fucked up clusterfuck of humans. Our own children we weren't allowed to take care of on a certain level depending on how we were raised. Alex, were you there then? Yeah, Genevieve, you want to come back on record? I've been live for a long time. I was just poking at you to see if you were still there. Anita, I left my son with a male friend while I just went to the shop, and he called me losing his shit saying he did a shit and I don't know how to change nappies. He was so upset I had to laugh. He was distressed, but it was sort of funny. Oh yeah, it's hilarious. Alex says, in my day, there was no diapers. My father told me that his mother cut his pants off his ass so he wouldn't have to wear diapers. The Northern Pikes or Pokes? She ain't pretty. She just looks that way. Northern Pokes. Northern Tykes is the play place down the way. There it is. So I had pulled the Hawk card, 32, and then 41, 1, 2, 3, 4. A higher view. I'm going to read it probably like the same type of wording, but in case there's any words that anybody needs. 41, seeing from a higher perspective, conscious neutrality, letting go of judgment and assumptions, non-attachment, the ability to remain unbiased. Sometimes our life is so suction cupped to the end of our noses we can't see beyond ourselves. And this happens to everyone once in a while. We fall into an automatic response to a life and then react from a learned, conditioned place rather than one of awareness. Being reactive Being in reactivity keeps us repeating old patterns. Conversely, the avoidance of our triggers could keep us in our comfort zone, policing our attempts at new things. I've often said this in the last couple months, is that I have my bird's eye view, but because I don't have like witness of a, just like, what do you mean you see this way? Like, boom, this way, and boom, my perception opening, right? So how I'm really good at witnessing others and just hearing enough to be able to say one thing to open up another door. Like, I need that back for myself. I really do feel like my life is so suction cup to my nose that I can't see farther than where I'm at because I'm so embedded in it, right? Yeah. So an eagle and a hawk. Right on. I've been the osprey. The osprey is coming through a lot. And I say a lot, just enough, right? I'm gonna go. It's just hard to read cards and to, we can't keep fucking sitting here saying fucking good shit's gonna happen. And then I got my shots. Just, it's so inconceivable. Like fucking, I'm at the end of my rope, at the end of the Princess Bride, like fucking inconceivable, like repeating, inconceivable. And we may not know what that word means, just like he says in the movie, because nothing the more that shit happens, it's like, it fucking don't matter. Nothing can make up for, like, this fucking shit. It's just not possible to live in fucking kindness and to fucking have to watch my back. And that fucking somebody's coming into my fucking home tomorrow. My biggest dream is to be fucking exiting and be gone. And the potential for this timeline has to be over fast. I want this to full circle tomorrow. I want her to say she's fucking sorry for coming. That she's glad, she's proud of, she did her job. I want it to finish fast. Fucking watched and fucking analyzed and judged so fucking much that none of this is even worth it anymore, guys. It's not worth keeping Lily not in any of the Matrix stuff if real life doesn't fucking mean real security. Like, it really is to the point where it's taking all I have to not make a vid to tell people, just stay in your reality, stay safe. Because what the fuck's the point of quitting the jobs, of not being part of all the fucking yucky shit? It's safer for me to go hang out with people who fucking don't give a shit about me, just want me there decorative. If I went and just did everything everybody wants me to, just sit in a ball, just participate in what fucking shit they want me to, we would not be going through the shit I'm going through. Why is me being brave to start a fucking new world? And for fucking years, dedicated to finding fucking people who think like me, but there's not one fucking person in all of Canada that I fucking have right now. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Right? What the fuck? Thanks, Michelle. Need others. And he says, don't worry, you got this. But it's not about worrying. It's about, what the fuck? This is the choice that people fucking took. I told the worker today, I said, I know you're busy and we're done our conversation, but I need to tell you something. I said, in 2018 and 2019, I worked in a house. And you can go look at everything. I've had my police check. I'm a child care worker. I'm a fucking child care worker. Right? I worked in the system. I did everything to get into that system safely that they asked me to. And the house I worked in had trauma, drama, violence, everything. And when I fucking asked for help, and when I said to my fucking supervisor, I need to do an incident report. Things are not safe here. Things are not safe here. I need to do an incident report. She said no. She said no. It didn't matter to her that my goddaughter was bullied. It didn't matter to her that there was violence. Nothing mattered. There was nothing. Could I have gone over her? Yeah. I could have done exactly what somebody did to me and just fucking called anonymously. But guess what? No matter how high the level of stress was in that house, the mother was still a good person. She just needed for the daycare to enforce the rules that I was there to enforce. And I needed, you know what I mean? And I chose what was best for everyone, because I asked for, a long time, what's my role here? Am I to be that person if I can't get it through the system? And I was told no. The timeline of what I was meant to do, the seeds of who I was, what I said about raising the children, how they missed their mother, all those things were the things that were going to lead them into different stuff. And then COVID happened so fast. You know what I mean? There's no way that mom continued her timelines the way she did. So reality even proved to me that I made the right choice by not making anonymous phone calls and going to hurt somebody else's life, because COVID came so fast and took away her reality of what she was doing, and it all fixed itself. So I told the worker earlier, I said, what really gets to me is I was a part of the system, not allowed to write somebody up, and I chose, because I knew it was for the greater good, to not be anonymous. I'm not that kind of person. I would never call, even if I see something, I would go talk to the person, and you know what I mean? Just because a family fights every fucking day, teenagers are at that stage. You don't call somebody. And that's what I said. I said, what hurts and what's is just, I can't get over the shock of when I needed the system, and I didn't need the system to go take somebody out. I just wanted to write up an incident report so that anybody coming into that job would be safe, because they had the things that happen for real. That's it. But I wasn't allowed, and I wasn't supported, and my whole family fucking thinks I'm a fucking freak that was even, that I even considered, that I could quit a job because I didn't feel safe. But that the full circle, a year and a half later, is that all of a sudden somebody does that to me? Doesn't make any sense, guys. And it does. I get it. It's part of my fear base. It's like, whatever, something I have to go through. But nobody comes to our house just for pleasure, to hang out. Like the stuff. So, instead of like somebody really cool and like a fucking new friend or something coming into our reality tomorrow, and that it's this instead, blows my fucking mind. It blows my mind. It blows my mind, you know what I mean? My mind's trying to shut the fuck up, and, okay, everything's fine. But, me already don't feel safe and sound and comfy here. And being judged more, analyzed, and all of that. Just like, what's the fucking point? What's the fucking point of living for years being the fucking freak that doesn't live like everybody else if nobody else fucking steps up and becomes the freak that doesn't live like everybody fucking else? Michelle says, we are with you tomorrow. And you guys, please, tomorrow be with me too. It's Nate's checkup, as in his teeth aren't really great. I'm nervous. It's not about what they look like. It's about, right, aesthetically, crooked teeth and certain stuff is so beautiful. So, only you know, Mama Bear. Only you and Josh know. Yeah. Afraid of judgments and repercussions for my choices. Yeah. Anita, thanks for saying it. I have the same problem with my son, Michelle, the teeth. Yeah. A lot of, and if we look at what the child wants, you know what I mean? And what's important and really the beauty of certain things and versus what we're told, you'll know what you gotta do, Michelle. I get it. Thanks for giving me that to think about, in the way that it's easier to be there for all of us at the same time than to be thinking only about, tomorrow is my thing. What time, Michelle? Especially if it's at the same time. I find it beautiful. We'll be going through that feeling of like the stuff that's hard for us at the same time or close. So just empower and send the love towards each other, right? Nita says, Michelle, Ethan's baby teeth in the front were slightly rotten from drinking juice before bed to get to sleep. He used to cry for juice and hated and still hates his teeth. Constantly battled with him over it. Yeah. Yeah. And Michelle says, Anita, I get it. I give Nick milk and a croissant every night in bed. Yep. Yeah. I don't know what it is with the... could it be the brushes that we use? We don't use a lot of products, but the Crystal Golden children, they don't have a thing for wanting anything like that in their mouth. Like Lily is very hard as well. You know what I mean? Like she's on the ball for stuff, all the time. But I can ask her at a certain time, did you brush your teeth? And like, no, I'm going now. Right? So it's like a thing. It's at 1:40. My time, 2:49 here. Okay. Anita, my son believes his teeth don't rot. He Bluebeard. He doesn't need to brush his teeth. He's still clinging to that belief, though. The coconut oil, but if that's his belief, there are children who do come through to teach us like exactly every fucking thing we were taught is not going to work with me. So that's a serious one to consider of, what everything, I don't have the words, but it's a serious thing to ponder of why he thinks that, and that, is that the reality it is the stuff that we've been perpetuated in our mouths for generations that doesn't help us as well, right? So as much as people want to think certain things, the cancers that we have and the things that we have of our body, the implants, right?
Are you almost done?
Yep. So a lot of children as well could be from past life traumas of things that happened within their mouth before this incarnation. So it could be stagnant stuff from the past, or just the knowing of what we're meant to do for our bodies that's different this time around. I don't know, I'm just putting a lot of stuff out there because we have to be able to see differently that the dentistry system is a system in itself that is very, very, very expensive, and that judges and wants everything the same. So, crookedness and certain things, even color, the fact that teeth are supposed to be spotless white like fucking chiclets. Okay, well, the only people with super white chiclet teeth are the one that actually use products and do stuff and enable their mouth to stay that way, because otherwise that's not how we actually look, right? So fucking white chiclet teeth great, you know, all the investment, all the time, and all the shame, because my teeth are squawk balls, right? So it is not my priority. It's one of my things of just the fucking scariness of what is taken over when somebody else is telling you what you need. So, yeah. Boom. His real father believed the same thing and his teeth were fine. Yup. Then that makes a lot of sense, Anita. Hi, Bebop. He's just finishing up. Michelle says, you are allowed to do as you see fit. She's healthy, happy, creative, and independent, and a genius. Exactly. But from many people's and society's perspective, that's not what's important if she can't answer this, this, and this, or this, and this certain ways, right? And that's the thing about unschooling and free-range schooling. We're not here to perpetuate any type of system or being told. You know, it's like I told the lady. I was like, I have a 9-year-old daughter who's never been told when she has to go pee. She's lived 9 years of her life, ever since birth, of never being limited or told. I mean, except for when we're in the car on a road trip and she has to, you know, say it ahead or figure it out. Never. You know, she's never been in a fucking room and then have to sit there and be embarrassed of, am I allowed to go? Should I ask? Do I ask? Oh, I have to fart. I can't fart in class. Right? Her whole body has been programmed since birth to just allow the natural sounds and the naturalness of what she needs. Like, just school itself and the program of what your body, like, I know so many girls who have been shamed who still, they're women now, and they still won't even, like, carry a tampon box around in a store and make it obvious. Like, they hide that under their groceries, right? When I go to the store and if I need pads and if that's all I got and they say, do you want a bag? Well, no. Why would I want a bag? I just got one little fucking thing. I'm going to swing it everywhere so everybody knows what's going on, right? You want one? Anybody need a Band-Aid? Like, fuck. I'm not going to hide that. Like, but when we talk about school and the school system, it's not just about what we're taught to learn. It's about how our bodies are degraded and what we're allowed to do and not allowed to do, and you know what's embarrassing. And you can have a child that's perfectly healthy until they're 5 and fart and like eat and everything's fine, and then all of a sudden they go to grade school and then they come home and they don't want to eat certain products because it's not cool, or they don't fart anymore because they're not allowed in school, so then they're holding it in at home. It's like, it's all just right? Yeah. I'll be with you tomorrow, you be with me tomorrow. Yeah, Anita, I have that as well. He has exact traits of his real dad, but he never known him. Like, he wouldn't wear matching socks. That was his dad's thing. Would not wear matching socks, and neither will my son. It spins me out. Yeah. I know, Michelle. Yes, it is. And it's your truth, it's your way, and there's nothing they can say about it. Homeschooling, especially after COVID, is extremely popular. Exactly. And that's what I said as well. As I said, you know, the fact that you consider that you need a home visit to see her face, to make sure she's safe, I'll consent to that right away. I told her, I want you to come now. I want you to come to my house now, so I don't have 24 hours to wait. And so you know, I didn't have time. I didn't do any fucking cleaning for you. That this is what our life looks like now. That's how unafraid I am of having somebody come into my house, right? Like, I mean, the worst thing that can happen is that one of the tenants upstairs or down is going to decide to smoke a joint early in the morning. It's going to smell.